Welcome to Berserk League duels. Havoc and Vortex are facing off on Mappas with the favorite Vortex looking to dominate. Havoc has been playing extremely well today, coming in with a 25-11 record over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to Vortex, who has been struggling in his recent outings. We'll see if that momentum helps Havoc close the gap between them. A totally unscathed response from him to move his lead to 3-0. Unreal. He manages to secure the kill from the ramp while barely hanging on. A close fight, but he manages to come out on top and get back on the board. His higher rating on the ladder should be starting to show. Another effortless round from the ramp as he keeps chipping away at this deficit. The underdog is finally starting to find some footing. Vortex puts on a display of sheer power, knocking Havoc off the ramp to keep this run alive. Tough spot for him to be in after that exchange. Absolute composure from Vortex to tie this map up, completely wiping out that early deficit. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. He is just untouchable right now, securing another point in a blink. Vortex is completely in control, securing a 6th straight round to extend the lead. He's really leaning into that favorite status right now. Simply unstoppable as he pushes the lead to 7-4, really hammering home this surge. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the pre-match projections looked. He's played his part well, but Havoc still has a fighting chance to climb back. Time for a fresh slate. Havoc secures that advantage from the ramp, showing he can handle the pressure in this stretch. Vortex is clearly feeling the pressure after those last 2 drops. Another lightning fast response to keep this rally going. He's truly locked in on this counter. He manages to outlast the exchange, keeping his lead at 3 rounds. He's looking very steady as he regains his footing. He's not letting that early lead slip, taking another clean win to put a huge gap between them. He's starting to look completely untouchable right now. What a scrap. He claws back around in a brutal trade that almost went the other way. That's some serious grit from the 7th highest ranked player today. He's showing a lot of heart, completely shutting down the counter to keep the pressure mounting. The deficit is shrinking fast as we enter the final stretch. That was an absolute slugfest, but Vortex manages to survive the chaos to extend the lead. He's really tightening the grip on this match now. He's refusing to go quietly, putting another round on the board to keep the dream alive. Purely a battle of wills at this stage. Vortex denies the rally with a perfect shot off the ramp, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. Game over. Vortex shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the match victory. He's really leaning into that historical advantage and proving why he's so high in the rankings today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Vortex takes the opening round by utilizing that ramp for a better angle. He really started strong after taking down Havoc earlier. Phantom is coming in with a massive career edge in this matchup. It makes total sense given the gap in our ratings. We're seeing that class difference start to show early on. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head into round 4. Vortex is really putting on a show here, refusing to let the top seed pull away. He's certainly fighting back after that tough 13-16 loss earlier today. Phantom keeps his grip with a tight 3-2 lead. We're completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. He's fighting a fierce uphill battle against the world #1. Vortex is really starting to put some pressure on the world #1 here. He's really playing his best game against the #1 seed today. A huge swing for the underdog, keeping this streak alive to take the lead. He's really playing a flawless series of rounds right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full control of the server with a huge lead. The a priori favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Another effortless round for the man in control, securing his 5th straight victory. Phantom finds his opening, finally halting that momentum just before the break. Vortex has been an absolute monster throughout this session today. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is moving exactly as the analysts predicted. He's looking sharp today, but Phantom should be able to close that 2-round gap in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex has been playing a remarkably erratic set of matches today. Considering he's fighting through a losing record over the last 24 hours, his current lead is a huge confidence boost. Now we just have to see if he can actually close this out. He's just too fast right now, picking up another easy point to extend that gap. Vortex completely shuts him down at the window, pushing his lead to 11-5. Just not a mirror of their last encounter earlier today. He's completely in control, stumbling just 1 round away from the victory. Just a total flip from how this looked on paper. What a way to end it. Vortex secures the victory with a clean finish from the ramp. Just a complete reversal from how things usually go when these two lock in. Phantom had no answer for that level of aggression. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got a great matchup today as Havoc takes on the heavy favorite Phantom. Phantom clearly has the historical edge here with a massive lead in their head-to-head history. It's a high-pressure situation for the favorite to see a slow start after such a dominant record. I wonder if Havoc can actually keep this pressure up. Phantom edges ahead and holds a narrow 2-1 lead. The world #1 looks totally composed right now. Havoc takes control from the box, evening the score at 2-all. Hard to believe the top seed is looking this vulnerable. Havoc strikes again, shifting the momentum to 3-2. He's really putting that #1 rank to the test. Phantom claws back to level things up at 3 apiece. It feels like a complete reset for both of these guys. Havoc is putting a real dent in Phantom's confidence with that lead. His recent 25-12 record over the last day is starting to show. Phantom typically takes this series 66% of the time. He's usually the one putting on the pressure in this matchup, but he's looking completely lost in the early stages. I wonder if you're seeing a genuine collapse from the world #1. Absolute deadlock now. Both players sitting on 5. A perfect equalizer coming off a tough defeat against Vortex. Havoc is fighting tooth and nail here, refusing to let the world #1 take an easy path to halftime. Havoc takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a huge shock seeing the #1 seed struggle this much. We might be witnessing a genuine upset if Phantom can't tighten up. Let's see how they shake off the rust. Phantom finally answers back, trailing by a single point. The world #1 is finally starting to settle in. Havoc is pulling away now, leading by 2. A big ship. A fierce battle for the high ground there, but Havoc was just a split second quicker. It's a tough look for the top seed right now. A completely untoast response here as Phantom shuts him down on the box. He really needs to dig deep to keep that favorite tag meaningful. Havoc earns another point by holding that high ground, putting himself in a really strong position here. He is playing completely above his usual ranking in this series. A lightning fast exchange there, and Phantom stays composed to keep his hopes alive. Another pristine shot, and he's continuing this impressive push to close the gap. He is simply on fire right now, erasing that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The initial confidence is finally returning to the higher rated player. Absolute brilliance from the top seed, picking his target right off the box for a 4th straight round. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting himself 1 point away from victory. He's fully asserting that rank cap now. What a huge stop by Havoc. He just refused to let the favorite close this out right now. That was a textbook counter to snap the momentum. And there it is, a flawless final exchange to secure the victory for Phantom. That was a huge relief for the top seed as he really had to sweat it out in the second half. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. Havoc and Vortex are ready for action and the favorite looks strong today. Unreal, Havoc barely scrapes through that exchange, managing to knock him off the ramp with a tiny sliver of health left. Vortex holds a significant 58% lead in their overall head-to-head history. It makes sense that we're seeing a similar pattern here after their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can break that cycle today. Deadlock now as both Havoc and Vortex sit tight. Vortex is definitely looking to bounce back from his recent slump today. Vortex is starting to pull away, showing some real consistency in these early exchanges. The third highest rated player in the league is showing some real poise. Havoc is playing a risky game today, but he's certainly making his presence felt from the Tetris blocks. Vortex has reclaimed control with a narrow 4-3 lead. A very quick reflex play from the top 3 seed. Vortex shuts that down quickly, proving that playing on the ramp isn't a safe haven right now. Vortex just edged ahead to hold a narrow 5-4 lead. Certainly fighting the good fight after that previous loss on Mappas. Havoc fights back to bring us level at 5-all. He's fighting to shake off those 2 straight losses from earlier today. Havoc takes a heavy amount of damage but manages to push through, extending his run to 3 straight. Slightly shifting the narrative after his tough outing on Mappas. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Havoc is proving to be a much tougher opponent than the ranking suggested. The underdog is holding his ground firmly against the top 3 seed here. Fresh sides, let's see who blinks. Havoc grabs the lead with a gritty 7th round. A real battle for the top seed here. Vortex answers right back and we are locked at 7. A very impressive output from the top 4% of the ladder. Vortex is really picking up speed here, ending these exchanges faster and faster as the match progresses. Total stalemate at 8 apiece. Absolutely anyone's game now. That was an incredibly crisp response to get things even. Vortex regains the advantage, pushing ahead to 9-8. His efficiency remains high despite that 18-20 record today. Incredible, he clawed back from the brink to drag his opponent off the boost and level the map. He's really putting those previous losses today behind him. Vortex takes a commanding 10-9 lead heading into 19. Just a few more rounds to secure the victory. Vortex is simply too sharp right now, quickly picking Havoc off those Tetris blocks to widen the gap. Flawless exchange for the favorite, leaving him just a single round away from victory. The disparity in their current form is on full display. What a finish! He closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the win. He just couldn't find another way to break through those walls. A really solid showing from the number 3 seed to close it out. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex in a huge battle to see who comes out on top. Phantom has historically dominated this rivalry with a 61% win rate over a huge sample size. It's interesting because Vortex is actually the one who came out on top in their most recent meeting. This early lead could be the sign of the favorite regaining his footing. Phantom's holding a tight grip with a 2-1 lead. He certainly looked confident against the league leader recently. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here after a strong start to the match. It's a completely fresh start for both players now. Phantom is just one step ahead in a nail-biter. The #1 seed is really showing his class today. Deadlocked at 3 apiece. We've got a total stalemate. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that huge 13-5 win earlier today. Phantom is really moving fast out there. That was practically an instant reaction. Vortex really can't find a safe spot to hide, getting caught out from the wine crates. Phantom pulls away slightly with a narrow 5-4 lead. Both are definitely feeling the weight of their recent series together. Absolutely wild, he barely makes it out of that brawl with a handful of health left. Phantom edges ahead once more to hold a slim 6-5 lead. The second best player in the league is staying dangerous tonight. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is leaning toward a major shock given the hype around Vortex. He looks a bit shaky, and Phantom is capitalizing on that poor form. Time for a quick reset. Phantom has put together an incredible 27-11 record over the last day. He's clearly riding a massive wave of confidence that his opponent simply isn't matching. It'll be tough for Vortex to find an answer while he's playing this aggressively. Phantom is really pulling away now, commanding a 3-round cushion. The overall #1 seed is definitely feeling like he's back in charge. That was a blink and you miss it finish. Vortex had no time to react to that one. He's just untouchable right now, putting the pressure on with another flawless round. He's really putting a stamp on this encounter. He clears the wine crates with a blistering shot to reach match point. Absolute perfection from the top seed right now. What a way to close it out. He finishes with a rapid fire to secure the match. Just a complete mismatch for most of the set, and it looked like he had the answer for everything Vortex threw at him. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Havoc taking on the top-ranked Phantom in today's match. Phantom holds a huge overall lead in their head-to-head history, winning roughly 2/3 of their meetings. It's no surprise he enters this as the clear favorite. We'll have to see if Havoc can maintain this early pressure. What a scrap. He barely survives that exchange to stay perfect on the map. Phantom is really struggling to keep up with Havoc. It's becoming a total toss-up. Neither of these two is willing to let the other get a real lead. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece. Havoc just edges ahead to claim a 4-3 lead. He's putting on a huge performance for someone coming off 3 straight losses. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Both of these guys are reacting in a heartbeat. It's a complete reset as we head into the second half. Phantom claims the edge now, leading 5-4. His overall match record today has been impressively consistent. Absolutely wild trade. He claws back the lead in a chaotic scramble, barely walking away alive. The #1 seed will have to find a way to respond. Havoc surges back to a slim 1-round advantage. The world #1 is really feeling the heat right now. We're all square at 6-6. And honestly, this is an impressive showing from Havoc. He's holding his own against the top seed despite the historical gap in their head-to-head record. Fresh start for both. Havoc takes a narrow 7-6 grip on the series. It's a completely different story than their last meeting on the dunes. Phantom answers back perfectly, bringing us back to a tie. This is a fierce battle between the top 2 seeds. The momentum is shifting quickly now. Phantom is starting to build some real speed here. Absolutely effortless. He continues to steamroll through this series. He's certainly playing like the top seed in this series. He is simply untouchable right now, racking up 4 straight to put a firm grip on this game. A brutal stretch for the #8 seed. What a fight. He digs deep to secure a tough win and stop that run. He really needs this spark to close the gap. That was a lightning fast exchange. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now. Just another example of why he dominates the head-to-head. A complete shutdown by Havoc, showing some serious grit to keep this chase alive. His resolve is seriously impressive considering he's the underdog here. He's completely in control right now, securing another quick win to narrow the gap. Clean strike puts the top seed in a position to end this right now. Everything is starting to fall back into place for the favorite. Game over. He shuts the door with a flawless final sequence to secure the victory. He really pushed the world #1 to the limit here, but the experience eventually showed. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Redline. Havoc and Vortex are ready to fight for the window. Vortex enters as the clear favorite here. Havoc takes the early lead by holding a strong angle from the ramp. He really needs to snap that 4-game losing skid quickly. Vortex holds a huge historical advantage with over 800 wins against Havoc. It's clear he knows exactly how to read this opponent. We're seeing that confidence translate into early momentum as he fights to extend his lead. Havoc really likes that ramp positioning, effectively neutralizing any early pressure from Vortex. Vortex shuts that down quickly and manages to clear Havoc right off the boxes. The rating gap is starting to show as he pulls ahead. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. His 25 wins today show he's playing with plenty of confidence. Vortex edges ahead, taking a slender 4-3 lead. He's firmly in control of the pace here. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, quickly shutting Havoc down as he tries to play from the ramp. The higher seed is making his dominance felt early on. Havoc is putting on a really quick response here, catching Vortex right on the Tetris. Unbelievable. Havoc has completely leveled the playing field. Quite a turnaround considering his tough loss in their previous meeting. Continues to excel from the ramp, putting himself in a strong position just before the side swap. He's really shaking off those 3 losses from earlier today. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, he's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome. He really leaned on that one winning streak to put himself in a great spot here. Let's see how they adapt here. Hey, high stakes face-off on the ramp, and Vortex comes out on top to narrow the gap. Vortex is really relying on that top 4 percentile experience to dig himself out. Pure chaos now as they're deadlocked at 7-all. Vortex looks far more comfortable as the higher seed here. Wow, that was an absolute nail-biter. Havoc barely keeps his head above water to claim the 8-7 lead. This is a huge shift from their most recent clash. Vortex is putting on a clinic right now, taking a clean win from the ramp to reclaim the tie. The rank 3 player is showing why he's so feared. Vortex claws back to lead it 9-8. The pressure is mounting for the lower seeded player here. He's simply untouchable right now, picking off his opponent from the ramp for another huge win. Vortex is simply too fast right now, picking up another one to keep the momentum swinging his way. What a sight, he's just an inch away from ending this a total blowout. The sheer experience gap is starting to feel overwhelming. A lightning fast reflex play here to bring the count to 9-12. Havoc keeps his hopes alive with a critical stop. What a finish! Vortex shuts the door on this series with a final decisive strike. He really stepped up the aggression to close this out. Havoc put up a fight, but the experience difference just won out in the end. Welcome everyone! Phantom and Vortex are stepping onto fast aim to see who can claim the victory today. Phantom starts things off strong, using the height advantage from the ramp to secure that first lead. Vortex is looking completely lost out there, just getting picked apart by a player who is currently playing flawlessly. Vortex clears the ramp and handles the pressure well to tie things up. He's proving that the gap between rank 1 and 2 is thin. We're all square now as Vortex claws back. The top seed is looking a bit shaky right now. Phantom holds a slim edge with a 3-2 lead. He's really leaning on that historical advantage today. Phantom just shuts him down on the ramp to keep the momentum shifting his way. That dominance mirrors what we saw in their last meeting. Phantom pushes ahead, currently leading by a single point. His recent 2021 record today reflects just how tough this server is. Phantom has put up an incredible 29-11 record over the last day. It shows that he's entering this particular series with a massive amount of confidence. He's definitely looking like the safer bet right now. Phantom is just too fast today, putting on a show from the window. The world #1 is really finding his stride. Phantom just wipes him right off that ramp, taking full control of the map. This looks just like the result we saw from them on Italy. He just picks him right off the window to keep this momentum charging forward. It's a familiar story for the second highest rated guy tonight. Phantom is up 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, we were expecting the other way around today. He's completely disregarding the favorite status given to Vortex, and he's simply outplaying him right now. Vortex needs a complete reset here. Vortex takes a round, but Phantom stays ahead at 8-5. Still a bit of a hill to climb for the second seed. Phantom's overall win rate across nearly 20,000 matches is an impressive 63%. Well, that level of experience is exactly why he is able to shut down the momentum so quickly after those 2 lost rounds. Vortex is putting on a clinic from the ramp, continuing this impressive run to get within 2. Another flawless sequence for the underdog, who is now charging back into this series. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher seed. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp and halts that charge. It feels like he's firmly in the driver's seat again. Phantom is effectively erasing that brief comeback attempt, putting the pressure right back on Vortex. Unreal Vortex manages to hang on with practically nothing left to secure the round from the ramp. He's showing some serious grit to stay in this fight. Vortex is refusing to back down, securing another fast point to tighten this gap. Phantom quickly shuts down that rally and is now just 1 step away from victory. Vortex refuses to go down without the fight, securing a lightning fast kill to keep his hopes alive. What a finish! He shuts it down from the ramp to secure the win. Vortex really fought for every inch of ground there, but that sub-second reaction time at the end just gave the edge to the top seed. He's a warrior for keeping it this tight. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are stepping onto Mapas to see who can claim the win. Phantom has looked incredible lately with a 30-11 record over the last day. That momentum is really translating into confidence here. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find some answers to slow this run down. Vortex is fighting hard, but Phantom holds a slim edge. The #1 seed is starting to flex that ranking advantage. The reaction time on that last play was scary. Phantom is just lighting up the server right now. Unbelievable speed from Phantom, who just walked right through that encounter to take full control. He outduels his opponent from the ramp, extending the run to 4 straight wins. Whoa, that was an absolute brawl. He just barely scrapes through with a 5th straight victory. His overall lead in the head-to-head is showing here. Vortex finally breaks through and puts a stop to the momentum swing. He's certainly playing with some grit given the historically wide gap. Vortex is currently showing some real resilience, having won 2 straight rounds for the first time in this match. Look, it's a huge shift in momentum given that Phantom has historically dominated their head-to-head matchups. This is exactly where the pressure starts to build for the higher-rated player. Phantom still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. It's a real battle of the titans today between the 2 highest-rated players. Phantom adds into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, it is quite a surprise seeing the underdog outplay the favorite like this. He is really making his mark on the map early on. Let's see how the side swap feels. Phantom pushes it to 9 as Vortex struggles. It's just another dominant day for the league leader. Phantom is just relentless, pushing the gap to 10-4. He clears the ramp with ease to secure his 3rd straight point. He's consistently proving why he's the top-rated guy on the ladder. A quick response from Vortex to put a dent in the momentum. He's showing the class we'd expect from the 3rd best player here. He bounces back immediately, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The sheer gap in their raw skill levels is glaring right now. A sharp reflex from Vortex to keep the dream alive. That was an incredibly sharp exchange to keep this going. He's not going down easily, taking another round to stay in the fight. A huge surge in confidence for the underdog right now. He's just completely shut down the favorites, securing his 3rd straight win. The pressure is mounting for the top seed. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door right there to secure the series victory. He really looked like he had all the answers today. holding a huge historical lead over his opponent. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Italy for a great duel. Phantom enters this one with a dominating 61% career win rate in their head-to-head matchups. You know, it's surprising to see the world #1 start off slow, considering he's been on an absolute tier today. He'll want to make a quick adjustment here. Vortex is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. Vortex is really making a statement against the #1 seed. The early trades are finished. We've got a dead heat and both players are looking sharp. The third rank in the world is putting up a fight here. Phantom claws back into a slim 3-2 lead. He's certainly playing his part as the favorite right now. And just like that, Vortex brings us back to a deadlock. He's definitely trying to flip the script from those two early losses today. Both players are playing incredibly fast today. These fights are just coming and going in a heartbeat. We've got a total stalemate at 4 apiece. Vortex takes a narrow 1-round lead over Phantom. He's definitely outplaying the top seed in this set. What a battle! This one is refusing to pull away from the center. That's a strong showing considering he's played so many sets today. Phantom manages to edge ahead with a 6-5 lead. He's looking incredibly sharp after that 31-11 run over the last day. We head into the break with a 6-6 tie. Well, it's basically a coin toss right now. Vortex is keeping pace with the world #1 and refusing to let the match slip away easily. Fresh start for both players. Phantom takes the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. He's definitely proving why he sits atop the ladder. Vortex is currently struggling to find his footing with a 2023 record over the last day. It's creating a stark contrast to how the top seed is operating right now. He's really on the back foot in this one. Phantom is pulling away now, leading 9-7. He is certainly making his presence felt as the league's top dog. Vortex is really hanging in there, refusing to let the top seed pull away comfortably. Vortex needs this energy if he wants to close the gap. Phantom pushes to a 2-round advantage, hitting 10. Consistency is key for the top-rated player right now. Vortex is really feeling the pressure now. He needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum before it's too late. That was lightning fast, and he just refuses to go away quietly. A much-needed response to keep the deficit manageable. Vortex is showing some serious grit here, tightening the gap to just a single round. Pure poise from the underdog to neutralize the pressure. That was an effortless shot. Phantom is now just a single win away from victory. Absolutely phenomenal. Phantom shuts the door right there to secure the match. Vortex really pushed the pace for most of that series, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. Phantom and Vortex are ready to battle, with the top-seeded Phantom entering as the clear favorite. Phantom is entering this match on a 6-game tier, and that momentum is clearly carrying over. It makes sense given how his recent head-to-head matches against Vortex have played out. We'll see if that mental edge holds through the half. Vortex is fighting hard to keep pace with Phantom. He's really proving why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom is reacting instantly right now. Those exchanges are ending way too quickly for Vortex to adjust. Complete shutdown. He's just too fast, extending his lead to 4-1. Vortex answers back with a solid win, refusing to let things slip away too easily. He's definitely not letting this be a blowout. Absolutely breathless. Phantom barely survives that chaotic firefight with a sliver of health left. Incredible. Phantom hangs on by a thread after a brutal fight from the box. Vortex is certainly shaking off that recent skid and bringing some stability back to his game. He's fighting against a tough historical record here, but he's showing the poise needed to keep this competitive. He'll need a few more of these to really flip the script. Phantom is just running away with this, leading 8-3. This is looking like another addition to that long H2H lead. Phantom goes into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he is making this look easy despite the pre-match hype for Vortex. He's really leaning into that massive head-to-head advantage right now. Time to see if Vortex recovers. Phantom extends his grip, pushing the tally to 9-4. The gap in their recent 24-hour track records is starting to show. Phantom is simply untouchable, cruising to a 10-4 lead. Vortex is keeping himself in the game, showing he can trade blows with the #1 seed. Phantom is just a hair's breadth away from closing this out now. Vortex is really struggling to hold his ground against the #1 seed. Vortex is finally starting to trade blows with him more consistently, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle. Vortex is putting on a real display here, picking up 2 in a row to narrow the gap. What a blow to the momentum of Vortex. He just got completely deleted. Vortex just stepped up to keep himself in this, shutting down the quick finish. That's a much cleaner look for him this time around. He's holding his nerve and keeps the pressure on with another round point. It's getting much harder for the top seed to put this away. What a way to close it out. Phantom puts an end to the comeback and secures the victory. He's just continuing that absolute dominance lately. Another victory in the books, and his grip on that top spot is seriously tight. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Fast Aim, where the top seed looks to keep his momentum. A quick exchange right there, both of them fighting for the same ground on the ramp. He's already looking sharp after that dominant sweep in their previous 3 meetings. Phantom enters this one with a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches, and honestly, that level of consistency is why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that overall dominance into a lead here. Phantom just completely shut that down from the ramp, moving himself closer to a big lead. Vortex is clawing back, trailing just 1 round now. Vortex has a tough road ahead after those 3 straight losses earlier. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on now, taking control of the ramp to even things up. It's a massive shift in momentum for the number 3 seed. Unreal Vortex almost went down, but he manages to clear Phantom off the ramp to take his 3rd straight. He's really fighting back after those 3 losses earlier today. Phantom answers back immediately to bring the series back to a dead heat. Vortex is really playing his heart out today, putting the number 1 seed in a tough spot. Phantom secures that high ground on the ramp and shuts the door quickly. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we head into round 11. The top seed is really making a statement here. We're all square at 6-6. Honestly, we're seeing a much tighter contest than the analysts predicted. Phantom is holding his own against the favorite, and it's anyone's game heading into the second half. Let's see who blinks first now. Phantom takes the lead, putting him just ahead, 7-6. The top seed is putting his class on display today. Phantom just stepped up and dealt with that ramp position perfectly. It's been a long day for the number 3 seed. Phantom secures the kill from the toolbox, extending his run to 3 straight. The top seed is looking completely untouchable after this. That was a total war of attrition, but he comes out on top to extend his lead. He's looking far too comfortable after that 33-11 run over the last day. Vortex manages to hold the ramp and secure a clean kill. The number 3 seed is showing he can hold his ground. Vortex continues to tear through the defense from the ramp, proving he's not backing down. He just completely shut the door from that ramp, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. Phantom puts a stop to that surge by picking him off the ramp. This is a much closer fight than their usual head-to-head affairs. Vortex holds his ground on the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this set alive. The underdog is refusing to let this series slide. Phantom secures a huge round from the ramp, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. He's really proving why he belongs at the top of the ladder. What a reflex shot. He keeps himself in this game with an incredible response. The pressure is mounting as the gap closes even further. What a turnaround. He's fought his way back into a deadlock, forcing this into overtime. Vortex is absolutely on fire, securing another flawless round to put himself in the driver's seat. Vortex is completely flipping the script on the expected outcome here. What a response from Phantom. He shuts things down instantly to bring us back to a deadlock. Vortex is showing incredible spirit, taking an arrow lead as he controls things from the ramp. Neither player is giving an inch here. These trades are happening in the blink of an eye. Both of them are completely locked in as they fight for the edge. He just outclassed the opposition completely to put himself on the verge of victory. Vortex is really fighting against the tide of the odds makers here. Absolutely incredible. Phantom closes it out right now to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to seal the deal in overtime, but that's the #1 seed for you. What a match. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on orange, with Phantom entering the duel as the favorite. Phantom is coming into this match with a massive momentum shift, having secured an 8-win streak in his last 10 outings. It's clear that's carrying over into today, as he's currently the highest rated player in the league. This should be a huge mental test for Catalyst to see if he can shake off a slow start. He's just completely in control, securing another effortless round to extend the gap. What a scramble! He almost went down, but manages to claw back into this series. A huge confidence booster to get back on the board. Phantom is absolutely dominating this 4-1 lead. He's really putting that #1 rank on display. Phantom's just relentless, pushing his lead to a commanding 5-1. Catalyst really holds his own in the head-to-head, which is almost a dead-even split across 1,000+ matches. Well, it just shows that despite the current score, he's always capable of punching back. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn this into a real comeback. Phantom looks unstoppable. Now sitting on a 7-2 cushion. He's been absolutely lethal in his other matches today. Catalyst is proving he can hold his own, keeping things competitive as we head deeper into the set. He's definitely feeling the pressure from those recent losses today. Phantom's just cruise, controlling with a massive 8-3 lead. His recent form has been truly stellar across the board today. Phantom holds a strong 8-4 lead going into the break. And honestly, the underdog is putting on a show here. He's really taking advantage of his 62% map win rate to keep Catalyst on the ropes. Time to see if Catalyst adjusts. Phantom is just one step away from closing this out at 9-4. That was a lightning fast exchange. Coming off an incredible 34-11 run today. Phantom simply too strong, cruising to a double-digit 10-4 lead. His head-to-head lead is slowly starting to widen. He is simply outclassing the opposition right now, taking another round with a clean shot. Holy cow, both players were nearly empty after that scramble, but he manages to clutch out the victory. A huge read there. He denies the closing round with a perfect shot. A crucial stop for the underdog as the gap narrows slightly. He's putting up a fight, securing another point to stay alive in this game. A quick double tap to keep the hope alive. Game over. Phantom finishes the job with a crisp final shot to seal the victory. Just an incredibly clean performance from the world number 1, who's clearly playing at a different level today. Welcome to Italy. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off today in a highly anticipated matchup. Catalyst has a strong historical edge with a 62% win rate in their head-to-heads. It's interesting to see that he's currently struggling with a 3-game losing streak. I wonder if that lack of confidence will keep weighing him down today. Catalyst is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. The top 3 on the ladder certainly know how to trade blows. These exchanges are lighting fast, and right now it's an absolute toss-up between these two. Both of these veterans have had a rough start to their day. Vortex has just seized control with a 3-2 lead. The higher seed is really feeling the heat right now. What a scramble! Both of them were nearly gone, but he closed back to tie it up. Vortex has definitely felt the weight of his current form today. Catalyst fights back to edge ahead, 4-3. He's really trying to shake off that slow start to his day. Deadlocked at 4 apiece. Vortex has finally caught up. The number 3 rated player is showing why he's so high on the ladder. The momentum has completely shifted, and Vortex is starting to take over the pace of this match. Total parity now. Catalyst and Vortex are completely locked. Catalyst takes the lead again, sitting at 6-5. He's showing an incredibly high ceiling for someone coming off a rough day. We head into the break deadlocked at 6-all. I mean, this really validates the pre-match prediction. We're seeing a very tight battle as expected, and both players look completely equal right now. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is just barely pulling ahead, 7-6. He's managing to pull through despite those tough results against Phantom earlier. Vortex is currently riding a 2-round wave of momentum. You know, that's a huge swing considering he struggled with a losing record over the last day. If he can maintain this pace, he's in a great spot to close things out quickly. Unbelievable. Vortex barely survives a desperate scrap to clear him off the wine and secure a 3rd straight win. He really seems to have his number today. Absolute perfection from the challenger, securing another point and moving into a commanding position. A sharp response from the underdog, snapping that run and bringing the score back to 7-10. His current ranking isn't making this look like much of a struggle. He is putting up a serious fight, putting an end to that rally while walking away unscathed. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite now. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat now, and he's really making Catalyst work for every single point. A total shutout here, leaving Vortex just 1 step away from the finish line. That's a huge shift from the early game struggle. What a reflex. He just shut that down, delaying the inevitable for 1 more round. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. Absolutely clinical finish as Vortex wipes him off the wine to close out the match. He just completely owned that second half, proving the rank gap is very real right now. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who comes out on top today. Phantom makes a clean start here, punishing Vortex for playing too high on that ramp. Phantom currently holds a massive lifetime lead over his opponent with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clearly the benchmark for this rivalry, but Vortex has looked far more competitive in their most recent encounters. We'll see if that momentum can actually bridge the gap here. We're all squared up at 2 apiece now. He's been on an absolute tear lately with that 9-game run. Vortex is really leaning into this momentum, putting the pressure right back on the top seed. Tough spot for the top seed to be in right now. Phantom just secures that win from the ramp, and it's hard to believe how quickly these exchanges are happening. What a scramble. He clings to life with just a sliver of health after fighting back from the ramp. It's a gutsy effort from the third best player on the ladder. Phantom has been in an incredible spell lately with a 35-11 record over the last day. But that confidence is clearly shaking as the scoreline tips in Vortex's favor. He's usually the one calling the shots in this match. So seeing him on the back foot now is quite a twist. A dead heat at 5-all. We're completely locked. Everything about this set favors the number 1 seed. A completely untouched sequence here as he carries this momentum right into the break. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, everything is going according to the rankings right now. Vortex had the public's backing, but he's struggling to keep up with that high-level pace. Fresh sides, new energy. Phantom is just picking them apart now, comfortably owning the high ground on that ramp. He has truly asserted himself as the top player on the ladder. Vortex just can't find a way to stop this slide, and Phantom is looking completely in control of the server right now. The top 3 in the world are really putting on a show. Vortex wins that duel on the ramp, showing he can definitely trade shots with the top seed. He's definitely trying to prove his rank belongs in the top 3. Vortex shuts that down, immediately picking him right off the ramp. The gap is closing fast after those 2 quick exchanges. He is simply refusing to back down, clawing his way right back into this series. Phantom answers back immediately to keep things comfortable. Phantom is just too sharp right now, using that Tetris positioning to put a real grip on this series. Vortex is staying in the fight, securing another clean round as he continues this push. He's really fighting for a spot in this elite bracket today. A fierce exchange here, but he manages to edge out the win to put himself at match point. The pressure is really mounting on the challenger now. What a finish. He shuts the door on the competition to claim the victory. He's just on another level today. That's 3 in a row now against a top 3 opponent, and he's looking completely untouchable. Welcome everyone, we are live on Dunes as Catalyst takes on the heavily favored Phantom in today's duel. Phantom is currently on a 10-match tear, which is an incredible way to enter this duel. He's essentially completely dismantled everything in his path today. Now Catalyst has to figure out a way to break that momentum before it's too late. Catalyst manages to bring this one back to a tie after knocking Phantom right off that box. It's a huge confidence boost after his recent losses to the top seed. Phantom is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. It's a familiar sight after their recent clashes. Phantom's just relentless, pushing his lead to 4-1. That was a chaotic exchange, but he simply outlasted him in the end. The current league leader is simply refusing to give an inch. Both players traded heavy damage, but he managed to secure the final shot. He's keeping the pressure on with another quick kill, showing a lot of heart in this series. A pair of really clean entries to close out that segment. Phantom looks absolutely comfortable tonight, taking total control of the map from that high angle. The gap in confidence here is stark, especially with Catalyst sitting on a low 20% win rate over his last 10 matches. So yeah, it feels like he's fighting against a steep uphill climb, while Phantom just keeps stacking victories. He needs a serious reset to avoid a total blowout. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. Well, the underdog is definitely making a case for an upset here. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence and looks much more comfortable on this map than Catalyst does. Let's see who blinks first. Unreal, he just barely clutched that out from the box, surviving with a sliver of health. He's really showing why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Another strong exchange for Catalyst, who's really digging in his heels to close that gap. The gap in skill level isn't showing up on the board right now. Phantom holds a commanding 3-round cushion at 9-6. Still looks like the world #1 is in top form. He manages to find a mark and clear Phantom right off the box. A quick reaction there to stop the bleeding. He's continuing this charge, showing some real grit to narrow the deficit to just 1. Absolutely sensational. He lapped up another win to bring the series back to a dead even split. A total turnaround from how this series started. A fast response from Phantom to hold that momentum and pull ahead by 1. The #1 seed is showing his quality when it counts. He really knows how to use those vertical heights to his advantage. He's essentially playing his best game of the night. A fierce exchange, and he secures it from the box, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. And there it is, Phantom closes out the series in style to take the victory. He really just proved that he's in a league of his own right now. That 10-game streak is still rolling. Welcome to the arena. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Vortex starts strong by utilizing that ramp for a huge angle advantage to open things up. A tough start for Catalyst given his recent struggles. Catalyst actually holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history. It's just that he's coming into this server on a cold streak. He needs to find some confidence soon if he wants to flip the script here. A completely untouched response from Catalyst to keep this contest interesting. That's another quick burst for the underdog, showing real grit to claw back into this. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky here. Absolutely stunning stuff from the challenger, evening the score at 3-3 with an effortless kill. Vortex answers back immediately, regaining the lead. He's showing exactly why he's ranked higher on the ladder. A wild scramble from the ramp that ends with a deadlock at 4-4. It's anyone's game at this point. Vortex claws back a narrow 5-4 advantage. The higher seed is definitely playing his way into the lead. He secures another clean win from the boost, bringing us back to a deadlock. Both players are fighting for every single inch tonight. Vortex edges ahead, now leading 6-5. He's certainly putting that top 3 ranking to good use. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely defying the history here. Catalyst just can't find any traction and is really struggling to keep up with the pace. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Vortex is really starting to put a stranglehold on this series with a clear 3-round lead. Well, it's a stark contrast to the overall history where he's traditionally been the one fighting uphill. If he keeps this pace, we might see a complete reversal of their usual dynamic. Vortex handles that play perfectly, picking Catalyst right off the ramp. He really seems to have the upper hand in their most recent meetings. Catalyst secures a pristine kill from the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. The underdog is refusing to fade away just yet. Vortex is just too sharp right now, completely ignoring that high ground advantage to keep the lead. His recent form is definitely looking a lot more stable. Vortex keeps the pressure on just shutting that down instantly, while Catalyst was trying to play from the ramp. He's certainly proving the top 3 seed tonight. Vortex denies that attempt from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Total control from the higher seed during this stretch. Unbelievable. Vortex finishes the run and closes out the series. He really played a completely different game today. It's rare to see this matchup end so comfortably for the higher seed. Welcome to the show. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Vortex looks sharp right out of the gate, catching Phantom before he could even react from the ramp. Phantom enters this series as the #1 player in our rating system. It makes total sense that he's dominating these early exchanges given his recent form. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find an answer before the gap widens further. Phantom keeps things even by taking control from the toolbox, keeping this deadlocked. Vortex holds a slim lead as we move forward. Coming off a massive winning streak in his last 10, but this feels close. Vortex is comfortably in the driver's seat at 4-2. He's really shaking off that recent loss from the red line set. Phantom uses that high ground on the ramp to get back into it, bringing this series right back to a deadlock. Unbelievable scrap. Phantom barely scrapes through that exchange to tie things up. The momentum shift mirrors their recent meeting on red line. Hectic exchange. He barely survives that brawl with a sliver of health to secure a third straight win. A lightning fast reaction from Vortex to pull the score level. Vortex just edges ahead with a thin 6-5 lead. The top seed is really feeling the pressure now. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, the underdog is really holding his own here. Phantom looks far more confident than the pre-match prediction suggested, and that 11-match win streak is showing right now. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom claws back the lead, now sitting at 7-6. He's putting up some seriously impressive numbers today. Phantom has put together a staggering 11-win streak recently. It's becoming very clear that he is carrying that momentum into this specific series. If he can keep this pace up, he'll be cruising toward an easy victory. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, effortlessly picking Vortex off the ramp to widen that lead. The world #1 is simply too precise right now. Phantom is pulling away now with a commanding 10-7 lead. His 37-11 run over the last day is just incredible. Catches the target right off the ramp to build a commanding lead. Vortex has a high ranking of his own, but he's just outclassed here. Vortex answers back, picking up a vital point in this stretch. He has to dig deep to overcome that lifetime head-to-head deficit. What a wild sequence. Both players traded heavy damage, but he managed to secure the final shot. He's really putting the squeeze on his opponent now. Game over. He shuts the door on a brave effort and secures the win. He just couldn't find a way to shut him down today. That's a huge statement win for the top seed to keep his momentum rolling. Welcome to Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. Phantom is sitting on an incredible 12-game winning streak, and that momentum is clearly carrying over into a match where he already holds the historical edge. It's going to be tough for Catalyst to break through that wall today. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat now. Both players are reacting quickly, and now we're right back to a deadlock. He's currently playing at a level that matches his #1 rank. Phantom is just too quick today, shutting down that play from the Wine in no time. The gap in their current ratings is starting to show. We are deadlocked at 3-all as they reset. His overall head-to-head lead is narrowing by the minute. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his momentum going. He's shaking off that 6-game losing skid with a vengeance. What a scramble. He walks away from that firefight by the skin of his teeth. Phantom claws back a slim lead, putting him up 5-4. Expected, since he's currently putting up a perfect 10-game run. That's 3 in a row for Phantom, who is firmly in control now. He's certainly validating that top spot on the ladder right now. A lightning fast exchange here, and Catalyst earns a clean victory to close out the sequence. We're heading into the break, tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly, the top seed is holding his own just like we thought it would. Both players look sharp, so this should be a close fight until the end. Let's see who takes the first one. Phantom claims a tiny advantage, leading 7-6. His dominance continues after an impressive 13-8 victory against Vortex. Catalyst has really struggled in his last few outings, and his 12-28 run today is starting to weigh on him. It is making this hill even harder to climb since he is now down 2 rounds. We have to wonder if he can actually flip this momentum. Phantom's extending his lead to a 2-round cushion. Phantom is really putting that superior ranking on display. That's a great reaction from Catalyst to hold that wine spot and pull us right back into a tie game. Phantom holds the edge with a 10-8 lead. It's becoming a very familiar sight for the #1 seed. Catalyst is fighting back, trailing only by a single point. That's a really strong showing from the 5th ranked player. Phantom is just an inch away from securing the victory here. That's a huge day so far for the top seed. Absolute chaos in that fight, and Phantom somehow walks away with a sliver of health left. And there it is. He seals the deal right now to take home the victory. That's just another victory in the books for a guy who's really heating up right now. Catalyst fought hard, but the momentum is just too strong for him today. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are stepping onto red line for a classic clash to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a massive 62% lead in their historical head-to-head clashes, but he is clearly struggling right now given his recent slide. It will be interesting to see if he can lean on that long-term superiority to flip the momentum. Vortex is simply too fast right now, taking his third straight round without taking any damage. He's simply on another level right now, extending that lead to 4-0. The third seed is showing exactly why he's favored today. Absolute perfection from the ramp, putting an iron grip on this match with 5 straight. He's truly dominating the server at the moment. Finally a round for Catalyst, who manages to trade a few shots before securing the kill. A hard-fought response from the 5th ranked man on the ladder. He's starting to push back, using those Tetris blocks to get a better look at the field. Vortex should be feeling the heat after that tough loss to Phantom earlier. The 12:29 record Catalyst has put up over the last day shows he is really struggling to keep his head above water. It's becoming a pattern as we saw him drop a similar battle to Phantom just before this. He needs to find a way to stop this slide quickly. Vortex is still comfortably ahead at 7-3. It's a familiar story for the day as the higher rank continues to hold his ground. The pace is picking up now with both players trading fast exchanges to keep this game competitive. Vortex heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. The underdog is putting on a huge performance despite Catalyst's superior record on this map. It will be tough for the number 5 seed to recover from here. Time to see if things shift. Catalyst claws one back, trailing by 3 now. That's the higher rated player showing a flash of resilience. Another perfect sequence on the ramp, and he's now firmly back in the driver's seat. It's a stark contrast to how he looked earlier in the set. Just keeps rolling, securing another one from the Tetris to narrow this gap. The pressure is starting to build on the favorite now. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even at 8-all. Absolute chaos, we have a total stalemate now. Incredible. He takes the lead for the first time and manages to outplay his opponent from the Tetris. The higher seed is finally starting to look comfortable. He just refuses to back down, taking out his opponent from the ramp to keep the surge alive. The momentum has completely flipped in favor of the underdog. He is simply unstoppable, securing his 7th straight victory with an incredibly fast shot. Absolute insanity from him, keeping that pace as he stands on the verge of victory. Simply an untouchable sequence of aim. What a finale. He outlasts the pressure and completes the most incredible run to secure the match. He's finally snapped that losing streak, and he did it by just ignoring everything Vortex threw at him. Pure grit, he had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on orange, with a heavy favorite looking to maintain his lead. Phantom is entering this match on an incredible 13-game winning streak. It's just that his head-to-head record against Vortex is an absolute landslide in his favor. We have to see if that early lead is actually an anomaly here. Phantom is really putting the squeeze on Vortex here. The rank 1 seed is showing exactly why he holds that spot. He's just too fast right now, walking away with a perfect round to keep the streak alive. Vortex has definitely been having a rough day at the office. That was a brutal exchange, and he barely walks away with the win to keep this surge moving. He's showing some real grit now, keeping the pressure on to narrow the gap. A lightning fast trade to close that gap. Whoa, whoa, what a scramble! He nearly gets taken out, but manages to clutch that duel to move ahead 5-2. Phantom has put himself in a dominating position, currently sporting a 39-11 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, this kind of high-level form is exactly why he's sitting at the top of the ladder right now. Vortex just needs a way to disrupt that flow. Phantom just widened the gap to a commanding 7-3. Exactly the kind of form we saw in his win over Catalyst. Phantom is just putting on a clinic right now, and that lead is starting to feel insurmountable. He's practically flawless today, not dropping a single map. Phantom takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, we expected a closer fight, but the underdog is just outclassing him right now. He's playing exactly like a number 1 seed. Vortex needs a total reset now. Phantom keeps rolling, pushing his lead to 9-4. The gap in their ratings is becoming very apparent here. Phantom is just ruthlessly dismantling him, pushing it to 10-4. Vortex is currently struggling to match that sheer efficiency. Vortex just answered back. He's refusing to let the top seed walk away with this too easily. Phantom is just a hair faster on the trigger right now, making it really tough for Vortex to get any momentum. Absolute perfection. He closes in on the series victory with total ease. Vortex manages to fight back and snatch a point, keeping himself in the fight. A quick response to keep the pressure mounting. What a finisher. Phantom secures the victory with a sharp final shot to seal the deal. He's just in a completely different league right now, and that's another nail in the coffin for the NF 3 seed. Welcome to Mapas. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom is having an incredible... The stats suggest he's far more comfortable on this map. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that dominance into this specific set. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taken over this early lead. He just can't find an answer, securing another victory from the ramp. A shocking start for the best player on the ladder right now. He is simply not letting up, moving to 5 straight. His latest victory over Vortex was far more contested than this. A complete whitewash so far, keeping that momentum moving toward a massive lead. Tough luck for the top-seeded player right now. He's just untouchable right now, pushing the lead to a full 7. He just keeps rolling, dropping the challenger right off the ramp for another win. It is rare to see the league leader struggle this much. A complete blowout as the momentum swings entirely in favor of the local hero. Just a staggering contrast to their previous meeting on Italy P. He draws first blood in this exchange, finally putting a point on the board. The #1 ranked guy is finally starting to wake up. Catalyst has managed to win over half of their last 5 head-to-head bouts. And honestly, that confidence is showing. It's wild because the rankings usually suggest a massive gap between these two. Now we just have to see if he can close this out. Catalyst holds a huge 11-1 lead going into the break. Well, he's certainly delivering on his role as the favorite. He has been perfectly efficient through the first 12 rounds. Time for a complete reset. Phantom keeps trading blows and refusing to go away, showing he can definitely hold his own here. The #1 seed is finally asserting his authority. Phantom is putting up a fight, making the most of this little spark to chip away at the lead. The top seed is starting to look like his usual self. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp, extending this run to 3. The momentum looks similar to their last match on Italy P. He's on a tear, putting together 4 straight as the momentum shifts back his way. The top seed is clearly feeling that 40-win energy today. He's just unstoppable right now, extending this tier to 5 consecutive rounds. The A game he's been showing all day is in full effect. And there it is. Catalyst shuts down the comeback attempt and is now just 1 round away from victory. The momentum shift is simply not happening here. Game over. He shuts it down completely and claims the victory. Simply an unbelievable display of precision to outclass the world #1 like that. He looked completely in control from the jump. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Catalyst and Vortex are ready to battle it out right here on Dunes. Vortex entered this match with the upper hand on this specific map. And seeing that edge early on isn't surprising given the pressure he's under after several losses today. We'll have to see if he can actually close this out for a much needed victory. Catalyst is heating up, pushing his lead to 2-1. He's really fighting for his first win of the session. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now taking control of the match. It's becoming a tough afternoon for the higher ranked player. Vortex answers back quickly, picking him off the box to bring the score to 3-2. The top 3 player in our rating is starting to wake up. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, shutting him down just as he tried to hold that high ground. Simply untouchable right now with his 3rd straight victory in the bag. The head-to-head history leans heavily toward the other side. Catalyst manages to clear him of the Tetris, leveling things up at 4-4. Both of these players are struggling to find a consistent rhythm today. Vortex is simply too quick on his draws today, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that high ground. Vortex is clearly enjoying his current momentum while Catalyst is dealing with a tough 14-29 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to how he's usually performed against this opponent in the past. He needs to snap this losing streak soon or he'll be staring at another defeat. Vortex takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. He is absolutely defying the head-to-head stats right now. Catalyst looks completely off his game while his opponent is taking full advantage of this map. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Catalyst claws back one more, trailing by 3. The overall skill gap is almost non-existent between these two. He just completely erased the opponent off the box, showing some serious grit to stay in this. Absolute precision here. He just outclassed his opponent to keep this rally moving. Unbelievable. He's actually tied the series up, bringing us dead even at 8 apiece. He just won't stop. That's 5 in a row for the comeback kid. The favorite is officially on the ropes now. He's simply outplaying everyone right now, extending this incredible run to 6 straight. Vortex finally breaks that streak and gets a round back. He's fighting through a tough stretch after dropping those last 3 games. Pure deadlock now as Catalyst ties this at 10-all. Both players are looking incredibly shaky today. A very patient duel, but he manages to close it out comfortably for a narrow lead. He's making a real case for the underdog tonight. The nerves are high now with this series tied up. It's a total toss-up to see who takes the lead. The higher rated player is finally finding some stability. Vortex comes through in a prolonged trade to put himself on match point. Everything is leaning in the direction the experts predicted. What a response. He stays calm under pressure to force an absolute stalemate here. Neither man is giving an inch in this deadlock. A gritty exchange, but he manages to secure another victory to put himself in the lead. Absolutely ruthless timing on that final shot. We're headed into overtime after an incredible battle of nerves. Expectations for the top 3 seed are finally being met. A brutal slugfest of a round, but Catalyst manages to scrape through and take the lead. He's managed to keep the pressure high despite that close call. Absolutely effortless. He secures a second straight victory and stands on the threshold of the win. The underdog is really putting on a show in the final stretch. What a way to close it out! Catalyst completely takes over the server to seal the victory. He really fought back from the brink to secure the series in overtime. Vortex just couldn't find a way to close it out. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Phantom and Vortex stepping up to see who can claim the win today. Phantom enters this series with a massive 40-12 record over the last day. He's really carrying a lot of confidence into this specific matchup. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that pressure through the first few rounds. Vortex is really starting to pull away now. It is a surprising start for the number 1 seed. The momentum is shifting back and forth, but we're completely tied up in a dead heat. Vortex is really struggling to find his footing after those recent losses. Vortex holds a narrow lead going into round 6. Vortex keeps his cool with a comfortable 4-2 cushion. The top-rated player is really feeling the heat right now. Phantom is fighting back to stay in this. He can't afford to let Vortex slip away too far. He definitely looks like the favorite throughout this series. Phantom typically controls over 60% of their encounters, and honestly, seeing Vortex climb to this lead is a real deviation from the norm. He has to find a way to shake this off before the gap becomes too large. Pure deadlock at 5 apiece as we enter round 10. The top seed is showing exactly why he sits at number 1. He's completely taking over the map, keeping the heat up as we head into the final round of the first half. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely leaning into his role as the underdog here. That 4-round burst of wins really flipped the script on a match where Vortex was expected to dominate. Let's see if Vortex can rebound. Phantom just edges ahead, holding a tight 7-6 lead. His historical numbers against the opposition suggest he should have a stronger grip. Phantom is widening the gap to an 8-6 advantage. Vortex is really struggling to keep pace with the league's top seed. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on now, putting a serious dent in Vortex's hopes for a comeback. The head-to-head history heavily favors this recent battle. Both players were trading damage, but he manages to scrap through for another win. The top-rated player is simply refusing to let this slide. He is simply on fire right now, taking a grueling exchange to keep the run going. A rough stretch for the number 3 seed today. Vortex finally answers back with a quick kill of his own. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get things moving. That was an incredibly crisp finish, putting him just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. He closes it out with an effortless shot to take the victory. He just looks far too comfortable on this map right now, and it shows in those quick reaction times. Welcome to Redline. We have a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on the top-ranked Phantom. Unreal, that was a brutal exchange, but he manages to scrap through with the narrowest of leads. Both of them fighting for the same ground on that ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top. Interesting to see the favorite struggling to find an early lead. Phantom has been on a tear today with a 41-12 record. It's interesting because he's fighting to maintain that momentum against a player who has a much higher historic win rate here. I wonder if that disparity in map experience will start to show. Absolute deadlock now. We're completely tied at 2-all. He looks incredibly confident coming off that last win against him. Catalyst is really starting to put the pressure on, cleaning up with a nice shot from the ramp. What a scramble! Phantom barely walks away from that ramp exchange alive. Still seems like he's in complete control of this series. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a commanding 4-3 lead. He's really capitalizing on the head-to-head momentum lately. Catalyst is just too quick for him, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that Tetris position. The top seed is looking very vulnerable right now. He's simply too fast today, picking up another quick win to extend the lead. Phantom shows some real grit here, digging in to knock Catalyst off that ramp. He's showing that top-tier pedigree we expected coming into this. What a phenomenal response as he shuts things down instantly to keep the pressure mounting. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He's just utilizing that map advantage perfectly to keep a slim lead over the world number 1. Let's see if Phantom can rally. He's refusing to go down easy, clawing his way back into this contest. Still looking like the superior individual talent in this series. Catalyst just takes total control of the map, pushing Phantom right off that ramp. He definitely seems to have the upper hand in this pairing. Catalyst has definitely found a way to get inside his opponent's head, having taken a commanding lead. So yeah, looking back at their last match, Catalyst walked away with a convincing victory, and he's clearly carrying that confidence into this set. We're seeing the momentum shift fully in his favor. A simple point for him, keeping the deficit manageable. He's still proving why he holds the top spot on the ladder. Catalyst is just too sharp, picking him right off the Tetris to push this lead even further. Really tough spot for the top seed to be in. He just out-missiled his opponent from the ramp to secure a huge lead. Quite a shift from the expectations we had for this pair. Closes the door on this series with a final decisive blow. He really made that look easy for all the hype around the top seed. It's clear he's just not the man for this map. Welcome to the arena. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex in today's match to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a significant historical advantage with a 62% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. It's interesting to see that translate into an early lead after they already clashed earlier today. It'll be a battle of wills to see if Vortex can finally break that cycle. He is simply untouchable right now, sweeping through these early exchanges without breaking a sweat. The pre-match favorite is really struggling to put up a fight. A sharp response from Vortex, showing some real grit to chip away at that lead. He's finally starting to look like the player we expected today. Catalyst is dominating the board with a 4-1 lead. Unreal, he barely survives with a sliver of health after holding the ramp. This is starting to feel like a repeat of their last encounter. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws it out to keep the streak alive. That's quite a shift from the pre-match expectations. Vortex secures this one, keeping the deficit at 4. The top 4 on the ladder are really battling for every inch. Catalyst is having a tough time today with a 16-29 record over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to how usually clinical he looks against this opponent. It's surprising to see him faltering given the typical gap in their ratings. Catalyst is firmly in control, leading by 3 rounds. Vortex has really been struggling through his sets today. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He's keeping his edge, but Vortex is still very much in the fight. Time to switch sides. He's proving incredibly stubborn, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. The underdog is starting to look like a threat again. Catalyst just barely edges out a 2-round advantage. He really is the more consistent player of the two lately. Vortex shows some real fortitude here, keeping the pressure on with a flawlessly timed shot. A huge confidence boost for the challenger right now. What a fight! He hangs in there for a nail-biting finish to level this series at 8-8. Absolute nail-biter as both players fight for every single inch. He's completely taken over the map, claiming a 3rd straight to move ahead in the series. He shuts things down from the ramp to bring the series back to a deadlock. Tough spot for him after that rough stretch today. What a scrap. Vortex manages to survive an absolute slugfest to take the lead. Talk about a heart-stopping finish to secure that lead. Catalyst gets the drop from the boost, bringing us right back to a dead heat. He's really fighting to maintain that high spot on the ladder. Catalyst finds the mark and punishes him for staying on the boost. This looks like a repeat of their last series on the dunes. What a response from Vortex, completely locking this series down to a dead heat. A lightning fast clear to put him right back in it. Vortex is simply refusing to go away, taking total control of this engagement to reach match point. Just absolute perfection from the server's current leader. Incredible. Vortex closes the deal with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to get past the veteran in this one. A huge shift in momentum for him. He had to earn every bit of that. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Ignis facing off on Mappas. The heavy favorite is looking to dominate this match. Phantom holds a huge lifetime advantage with 114 wins over Ignis. And honestly, the way he's playing lately suggests he's completely figured out his opponent. I'm curious if Ignis can find any way to disrupt that pattern today. Ignis is trailing by 1 and needs a huge response. The top seed is showing his class early on. Phantom is really tightening his grip on this series and it's happening fast. The skill difference is on full display right now. Phantom holds a narrow lead as we head into round 6. The world number 1 has definitely seen better sets. 8 total deadlock. We're all tied up at 3 apiece. He really is playing with a lot of confidence today. A fierce trade of shots there, but Ignis outlasts him to extend the run to 3. A rough start for the top-rated man on the board. Phantom answers back immediately to bring things level. He really is the gold standard on the ladder right now. Unbelievable, he barely manages to scrap through that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health. He's really putting that massive rating advantage to use. What a statement, he's just completely taken over this side of the map. He looks incredibly sharp with that 41-13 run over the last day. Ignis trades shots and secures the exchange to narrow the gap. He's really proving that the rating gap isn't everything here. Phantom leads 7-5 going into the break. Well, the top seed is doing exactly what we expected him to do. He's staying steady, but Ignis is still very much in this fight. Let's see if they can hold it. Unreal. He barely escapes with his life after a brutal trade from the ramp. A heart-stopping finish for the world #1. That was an absolute brawl, but Ignis emerges on top to keep this comeback attempt alive. The underdog is definitely showing some grit now. What a scramble. Ignis holds his ground from the ramp to claw back to within 1. Total shift in momentum as the lead shrinks to a single round. Phantom has a 70% win rate on this map, which is clearly showing in the way he resets the space. It's becoming a real struggle for Ignis to maintain any pressure when the top seed is this precise. It'll be tough to see a comeback from here. Bit of a stalemate for a few seconds, but he closes the gap and keeps this run moving. He's really putting that rank 1 status on the line here. He's simply untouchable right now, taking another quick round to secure a massive advantage. And there it is, he closes out the series in style to secure the victory. He really just walked all over him in that second half. Just another notch in a very long history of dominance for the top seed. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on orange, with the top-seeded Phantom looking to dominate. Phantom is currently the top-rated player in the league, but he struggled to find his footing in this specific head-to-head rivalry. It's clear the gap in skill isn't showing up in the score. We'll see if Catalyst can keep this pressure on. It's a complete deadlock between Catalyst and Phantom. He's definitely putting his massive amount of experience on display. Catalyst has snatched the lead with a 2-1 advantage. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling the heat. These two are just swapping rounds back and forth, refusing to let the other get a foothold. He's been in fantastic form today with those 42 wins. Catalyst keep the edge with a slim 3-2 lead. A tight contest for the top 5 of the ladder. Unbelievable. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to scrape through with a huge lead. Phantom's recent 42 and 13 run hasn't translated yet today. A completely untouched burst, and the momentum is shifting heavily in his favor. The top-seeded player is really struggling to get back into the game. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming another effortless point to extend his lead. He's really leaning into the confidence from that red line victory. The momentum is completely one-sided now as he secures a 5th consecutive point. It's a complete reversal of what we expected coming into this. He nearly ran out of steam there, but manages to hold his ground and push the tally to 8-2. Hard to believe the top-seeded player is in this position. Phantom puts an end to that slide just as we head toward the mid-game break. That was a crisp response to get things moving again. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. We're seeing the favorites live up to the hype here. He looked completely in control during that 6-round run, and now he's just waiting to see if Phantom can fight back. Time to see if the seed can recover. Catalyst has a 50% win rate on this map, and honestly he's playing way above that baseline right now. I wonder if he can maintain this level of execution to pull off the upset. Catalyst is just ruthless, cruising to a 10-4 lead. He's looking completely different than he did in that match against Ignis. He's simply outclassing his opponent, taking full control of the server with another perfect point. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp for another point. He certainly got a lot of experience to fall back on. Phantom is starting to claw back into this game, making it look a bit more like a contest now. His long-term record here shows he's usually the stronger force. A long game of cat and mouse that finally ended with a clean victory, leaving Catalyst just one step from the finish line. Phantom manages to stay alive and secure a vital point, delaying the end for just a bit longer. The higher seed is definitely trying to find some answers here. Another fast response as he keeps the fight alive. The mental gap is narrowing as the pressure builds. What a frantic trade. He barely walks away from that exchange with his life to extend the streak. He's showing an incredible amount of resilience right now. He's simply not letting up, strolling toward a possible comeback with another flawless round. It's almost as if he's finally found the answer to this puzzle. He's just too strong right now, claiming a 5th straight to keep the dream alive. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Absolutely lethal finish. Catalyst shuts the door and secures the victory. He really fought back and almost snatched it, but the momentum just didn't shift back one last time. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes map. We've got Catalyst and Ignis facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Catalyst starts strong, securing that first win from the elevated position. He is certainly living up to that favorite status early on. Catalyst holds a massive 55-17 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear that psychological edge is paying off with how cleanly he's starting this set. We'll see if Ignis can find any answer to that early pressure. What a scramble. Ignis scrapes through a brutal fight to even the score. Ignis is definitely defying his typical matchup history. He is simply on fire right now, taking full control with 3 straight wins. He's putting those ladder rankings to the test. Catalyst shuts him down from the box to bring this series back to a tie. He's certainly looking to lean into that top 4 ranking. Unbelievable. Ignis survives a brutal exchange from the box and claims the lead. Absolute nail-biter there. Barely walked away from that one. And we're deadlocked again as Catalyst makes it 4 apiece. He's really fighting through a tough day with that 17-30 record. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1 in a thrilling sequence. Ignis was in far better shape coming into today with 11-6 run. He's completely taken over the map, putting together a formidable 3-round tier. It's a completely different story than Ignis' recent victory over Omnic. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health. He's really putting that ranking gap to the test right now. Catalyst holds a narrow 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as expected with the top seed in control. Ignis is keeping it close, but the skill gap is showing. Time to see if Ignis adapt. Catalyst is really starting to dictate the pace with a strong 3-round lead. Well, it's interesting since the statistics actually favor Ignis on this specific map. It'll be a struggle for the underdog to pull this back if he can't disrupt this rhythm. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. He needed that one to keep the deficit manageable. The rounds are flying by now, and Catalyst is quickly reclaiming the momentum after that brief exchange. It's getting harder and harder for Ignis to get a foothold in this game. He's definitely showcasing that top 10 ranking today. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with just 8 health left after that clash to hit match point. He's just completely dismantled any hopes of a comeback. And that is it. Catalyst closes the door with a strong finish to secure the series. He just completely broke through the defenses of his opponent, making it look easy. Just a total statement win for the top seed. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off on red line, with Phantom entering as the clear favorite. Phantom comes out firing, taking the early advantage from the Tetris crates. The rating difference is already starting to tell. Ignis just stepped up and shut him down while he was holding that ramp. A massive head-to-head deficit to overcome for the underdog. Ignis is really keeping the pressure on here, managing to clear Phantom out of the Tetris crates. He's really fighting against the historical grain today. Phantom holds his ground and manages to secure that lead back. He's certainly not letting that rating gap go to waste. Phantom stays in control with a Finn 3-2 lead. The head-to-head history is staggeringly one-sided. Goodness, he barely survived that. A frantic exchange that leaves him just barely standing. He really is the top dog on the ladder right now. Ignis answers back immediately with a precise shot to close the gap. Unbelievable, Phantom just barely clings to life after clearing him off that ramp. That was absolute chaos, barely a sliver of health left. Ignis is really starting to chip away at that lead, taking a quick round while Phantom was tucked up in the crates. Phantom has an incredible 42-14 record across the board today. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into the series. He's simply playing at a different level than most of the league right now. Let's see if Ignis can find a way to break that rhythm. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's just acting like the #1 seed should. He looked very comfortable out there, and that early win streak really cemented his grip on this half. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Both of them were fighting for that same ramp, but Phantom was just way too fast. The #1 seed is really putting on a clinic here. Ignis was way too quick there, catching Phantom completely off guard while he was perched on those boxes. Phantom is running wild with a commanding 10-5 lead. He's really showing why he sits at the top of the rankings. Phantom has historically won these meetings about 87% of the time. So yeah, Ignis is really trying to defy the odds today. He's managed to keep things competitive, even though he's facing the best player in the league. There was an instant reaction from Phantom to snap back into the lead immediately. A lightning fast reaction puts him just one more round away from victory. And there it is. He closes it out with a final burst to secure the match victory. He really lived up to the hype today. Ignis put up a fight, but the skill gap was just too wide. are ready to go with the top seed, looking to secure another win. Phantom currently holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history. You know, he's generally the better player on the ladder, so we expect him to shake off this slow start soon. We've got a dead heat as Catalyst evens things up. Expectations for the world #1 are starting to translate. Phantom clinches the lead, pushing the score to 2-1. He's been on fire today with that 43-14 record. A patient fight that ended decisively, putting him firmly in control of the match. This is the kind of dominance you expect from the top seed. He converts again from the boost, securing a 4th straight round to extend his lead. The momentum shift is massive for the top-rated player here. He's completely taken over the server now, claiming 5 straight rounds. Just a different story than that last 13-11 result. Absolutely lethal. He's now claimed 6 straight rounds and just isn't letting up. He's really playing like the #1 rated guy right now. He manages to keep his lead from the ramp, pushing the gap to 7 rounds straight. His level of play is a complete contrast to his 1830 showing today. Catalyst finally answers back, taking the round with ease. A quick glimpse of that 68% map win rate we've seen from him. Emotion mid, the numbers in their head-to-head history are almost dead even, but Phantom has clearly found a higher gear today. It's a sharp contrast to their last encounter where the odds were heavily in Catalyst's favor. Now the map is firmly in the hands of the top seed Emotion mid. Catalyst takes the advantage from the boost to keep things interesting. He's definitely proving he can trade blows with the top player. Phantom goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, it's a shocking start for Catalyst. He was supposed to carry this game, but he's struggling to keep up with that early 7-round run from the challenger. Time for Catalyst to dig deep. Phantom's practically cruising with a 5-round cushion. That's the most experienced player in the game putting on a clinic. Phantom is just running away with this, sitting at 10-4. He's really playing up to that top seed label today. Catalyst is fighting back, though he's still got a steep mountain to climb here. The top 4 seed is refusing to let this slide. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. The gap is widening quickly. He's really leaning into that top spot on the ladder. The pace has really picked up lately. These two are simply trading shots with zero hesitation. Catalyst is putting up a serious fight here, clawing back into this match with 2 quick wins in a row. He manages to knock him off the boost, extending this hot streak to 3 rounds. It's almost exactly like their last meeting on Orange. That was effortless. He shuts down the comeback attempt and puts himself in a position to close this out. What a finish! Phantom secures the map with a perfect final shot from the ramp. He just proves why he's sitting at the top of the mountain right now. Absolute dominance from the start. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Ignis facing off on Mappas with a heavy favorite looking for another win. Catalyst looked sharp right out of the gate, using that ramp to secure an early lead. Ignis needs to find a way to respond, but he's just getting outpaced by those fast reflexes. He's really leaning into that historical advantage today. He's just untouchable right now, completing the sweep of the first 3. He's really making use of that rank advantage today. Finally a response as Ignis secures a kill from the ramp to get back into this. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder as the underdog. He is refusing to go away, walking away from that trade completely unscathed. It's getting much closer than the analysts predicted today. Emotion Meet Catalyst has a massive lifetime lead with 56 wins over Ignis. But this specific setup is tricky because Ignis actually has a higher win percentage on this particular layout. It will be interesting to see if that historical map edge helps him narrow this gap Emotion mid. The momentum has completely shifted back to Catalyst, who just shut down that rally. Both players took plenty of damage there, but Ignis managed to secure the finish. He's currently riding a decent 10-7 wave today. Catalyst is cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. A strong display from the 4th ranked player in our system. Ignis is playing a much tighter game now, managing to outdo Catalyst even with the higher ground. The lower ranked man is definitely fighting back today. We head into the break at 7-5. Well, this is playing out exactly as we expected with the top tier talent in the lead. Catalyst looks strong though. Ignis is keeping the score respectable for now. Time to see if Ignis can pivot. Catalyst takes control of the ramp to shut that door quickly, keeping his lead firmly in hand. He's definitely taking his experience into account against a tough opponent. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on this set, making that ramp look like a fortress today. Things are starting to look like that last encounter they had on Dunes. Another clean exchange from the ramp as the momentum shifts back in his favor. He looks just as dominant as he did in that earlier set today. Simply effortless as he extends that run to 4 in a row. His total dominance today is reflecting that huge gap on the ladder. He completely shuts the door on that rally, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect finish to seal the victory. He just completely dismantled everything. Ignis tried to put together. That second half surge was simply another level of skill. Welcome everyone to Orange. Today we have Phantom and Ignis facing off, though the favorite looks strong going into this. Phantom is really asserting his control here, especially with an all-time head-to-head record of 116 wins over Ignis. That's a huge psychological gap to overcome. Now let's see if Ignis can actually find some answers to the #1 seed. Absolutely wild. He barely walks away from that one, clinging to a sliver of health. Ignis is certainly feeling the pressure of that 4-game skid. Unbelievable! Ignis has actually forced a deadlock at 2 apiece. The #1 seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. Ignis finally takes the lead as we hit round 5. A surprising turn of events given how the top seed has been performing today. Neither player is willing to let the other get a real foothold in this match. Looking really sharp after that dominant run against Catalyst. Phantom claws back to a 4-3 lead right now. He's showing exactly why he currently holds the top spot. The momentum has shifted completely and he's now put together 3 straight wins. Just another day at the office for the ladder leader. Simply unteachable right now. That's another one in the bag for the top seed. He looks just as confident as he did in their previous clash. He refuses to go away quietly, keeping his hopes alive in this contest. He's clearly not intimidated by the gap in the ladder standings. Phantom has been absolutely scorching today, putting up a 44-14 record over the last 24 hours. That kind of high volume success means he's entering the final stretch with a huge amount of confidence. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that flow. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's essentially playing the role we expected of him here. He looks way too comfortable for Ignis to make a dent in this lead right now. Phantom extends the gap to 8-5 after that play. That was a lightning fast trade to keep things interesting. That was a crisp exchange to get a round back. He's showing incredible grit, securing his 2nd straight round to close the gap further. He's starting to prove he can trade blows with the better seed. Phantom holds a comfortable 3-round cushion at 9-6. The skill gap is evident as he continues to dictate the pace. Phantom really has the upper hand now at 10-6. A completely different level of composure shown by the top seed. A complete shutdown, and he's now stacked 3 straight for a commanding 11-6 lead. The gap in their overall win rate is starting to show here. A quick response from Ignis to break the momentum. He's managed to find some confidence after those rough losses earlier. That was a protracted firefight, but he comes out completely unscathed to reach match point. Expectations for the favorite have been met in full tonight. Ignis gets a clean look at this one, preventing a quick sweep. He's fighting for every single round. What a finish. Phantom closes this out and secures the victory. He really proves why he's sitting at the top of the rankings after that statement performance. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Catalyst and Phantom stepping up for this 1v1 clash. Phantom is the absolute best player in the league right now, having barely broken a sweat today. It's a bit surprising to see him trailing early after having lapped the field in total wins so far. We'll see if he can quickly recover his footing. Phantom shuts him down from the ramp, quickly evening things out. The experience difference is clear with over 18,000 matches played. Complete deadlock as Catalyst and Phantom stay tight. The top seat looks completely locked in right now. Catalyst just grabs the lead with a tight 3-2 score. Catalyst is really shaking off that previous loss from their last encounter. Phantom manages to pull a win here, picking Catalyst right off that wine box. He's been an absolute monster throughout the day so far. Phantom claws back into the lead at 4-3. The number 1 seed looks completely comfortable right now. And we are right back to a stalemate at 4 apiece. An absolute powerhouse in his last few outings today. Catalyst is putting on a real clinic right now, taking total control of the momentum. This looks quite different from the last encounter they shared today. What an incredible burst of speed. He just can't be stopped right now. A tough stretch for the league's highest rated player. Phantom secures the trade from the ramp, keeping things close as they approach the break. He manages to shake off that pressure just in time. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, this is exactly what the analysts predicted before the start. He is showing why he was expected to win this one today. Time to see if the momentum holds. Unreal, Phantom barely survives a brutal scramble to clear him off the wine box. That was a desperate scramble to keep it tight. Another tie, and we're staring at a 7-0 deadlock. He's been absolutely dominant with 45 wins today. Catalyst edges ahead once more, moving up to 8-7. Catalyst is putting on quite a display despite the raw data, as he is managing this lead with a huge amount of confidence. It's really surprising given that Phantom has dominated their head-to-head record historically. He's firmly in the driver's seat right now. He is just completely outclassing the competition right now, taking his 4th straight round in a flash. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving within a single round of victory. The favorite is just completely shell-shocked right now. What a way to finish it. He secures the final round to close out the series. It's a massive result for the underdog, completely dismantling the world number 1 in a shocking fashion. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Catalyst and Ignis facing off to see who can claim the win today. Catalyst owns the head-to-head record with a massive 57-17 lead. That historical gap suggests Ignis has a huge mountain to climb if he wants to take a series. I wonder if today is the day we see a major upset. Absolute chaos in this fight, but Catalyst manages to scrape through the carnage with a tiny sliver of health. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as Ignis fights back. A tough afternoon so far for the number 23 seed. He's just too fast right now, taking full control of the game with another quick win. A close scrap here, but he manages to come out on top to level the set. A very different story than the last time they met on Blame Mappas. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1 in a nail-biting series. He's currently sitting comfortably in the top 3 of our rating. Ignis is currently on a 5-game losing streak over his last 10 matches. Well, that poor form is starting to weigh on him, especially with the pressure mounting as the lead slips away. He really needs to find a way to break this cycle quickly. Complete reversal of fortunes as he keeps this streak rolling. His superior ladder standing is really showing through today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing another huge win as we approach the break. Catalyst takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. This is exactly the kind of start we expected from the higher seed. He's just totally outplaying Ignis in every single exchange right now. Time for a complete reset. Unbelievable! He barely survives that shootout, clinging to just 10 health to stay on top. He's really capitalizing on that massive gap in experience. Catalyst is just seeing everything today, simply erasing Ignis from that high spot on the wine. He's on a roll now, putting himself just a single round away from the victory. He's simply doing whatever he wants with this series. Game over. He closes out the match in a total blowout. Just a total shutdown from start to finish, leaving poor Ignis with almost no room to breathe today. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Phantom and Ignis facing off, though Phantom enters this match as the heavy favorite. Phantom has an incredible record against Ignis, winning about 87% of their historical meetings, and the current gap in our rating suggests that we are seeing a typical matchup play out. It's going to take a massive shift in confidence for Ignis to close this distance. Ignis is actually pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's playing some inspired games right now despite his recent struggles. He's simply too fast, securing another easy win to move to a 3-1 lead. It is a surprising turnaround given his recent struggles. Phantom answers back with a clean shot to keep things close. The #1 player in our rating knows how to respond. Ignis is on fire, commanding a dominant 4-2 lead. Phantom claws back to keep this battle tight at 3-4, coming off an impressive 45-15 run today. Phantom just had the perfect read there, utilizing the vertical advantage to take a lead. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, taking full control of this series. He's truly the class of the field right now. Unbelievable, he barely survives that chaotic exchange to extend his streak to 4 straight. A repeat of their most recent match on Blame Orange. He secures another victory from the box, truly taking over this match. He's looking far too comfortable against a player ranked 23rd. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, everything is going according to plan. Ignis kept it close for a while, but the top seed is just too steady for him. Time to see if Ignis rebounds. Phantom is putting on a clinic today, and he's currently sitting on an impressive 45-15 record over the last day. That level of consistency is exactly why he's been such a nightmare for Ignis to deal with lately. It's starting to look like another one-sided affair. Fierce battle for the high ground, and he takes it with a huge play to push his lead to 10. He completely shuts things down from the box, extending the streak to 4. It's getting tough for the 23rd ranked player to find an answer. He just can't find a way through, and that's 5 in a row to put him at match point. The gap in skill level is feeling quite vast at this stage. Game over. He secures the victory with one final burst to walk away with the map. The top seed is just too consistent today, quickly polishing off another series to keep his momentum going. Welcome to the show. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this match with a 70% win rate on this specific map. That heavy familiarity is a huge advantage compared to Catalyst's struggle for consistency here. It will be interesting to see if the higher rated player can turn this early lead into a runaway win. Phantom is really putting on the pressure here, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's putting his #1 rank on full display right now. Phantom is just cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. It's a strong start for him after that 46-15 run today. That was a tight exchange, but he manages to come out on top and keep the streak alive. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Fast Aim. He's completely taking over now, securing his 4th straight victory. He's really justifying that top spot on the ladder. He clears the exchange from the ramp, pushing his lead to 6-1. The favorite is really capitalizing on the momentum shift. Catalyst manages to trade back around, trimming the deficit slightly. The top 2 seeds are really battling for ground here. Catalyst is showing a lot of grit by climbing back from a steep hole, and it helps that he's already taken a series of matches of this opponent lately. Now it's just a matter of seeing if he can keep this specific momentum rolling through the second half. Unreal, he's completely flipped the script, taking another round to bring this almost level before the break. Total nightmare for the higher seeds right now. We head into the break with Phantom holding a 7-5 lead. You know, the underdog is really defying the odds by keeping his composure here. We'll see if Catalyst can shut down those streaks in the next half. Switching sides. Let's see who blinks first. He remains completely unfazed, walking away from this duel without taking a single point of damage. The pressure is mounting for the favorite right now. A fierce battle of endurance, but he secures the victory to bring this game all the way even. A perfect reset from the underdog. Wild scramble on the ramp, but he manages to outduel his opponent and sees a 1-round lead. He's simply refusing to let the favorite breathe right now. He's just completely on fire. Taking another one from the ramp to push his streak to 4. He's playing like a man with nothing to lose. Phantom answers back immediately to keep himself within striking distance. A huge lifetime experience gap, considering those 18,000 career matches. That was a brutal slugfest, but the tenacity of Catalyst really shines through here. Everything about this set is defying the pre-match projections. A complete shutdown. He's now just 2 steps away from a massive victory. The gap between their skill levels is practically invisible right now. Phantom keeps the fight alive with a clean finish, showing some real heart here. That was an incredibly fast exchange for the trailing player. What a performance. He's just 1 round away from completing this incredible comeback. The momentum has completely shifted against the higher seed. Absolute disbelief. Catalyst storms back from that early deficit to seal the deal and take the victory. He's completely dismantled the favorite's dominance today to take another set off the world. #1 is just stunning. He had to earn every bit of that. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a clash between Catalyst and Ignis, with the heavy favorite looking for another strong win. Catalyst has an incredibly strong record in this matchup, owning 77% of their head-to-head meetings. And honestly, that historical edge seems to be carrying over today. It will be tough for Ignis to shift the momentum after the crushing defeat they suffered earlier this session. Absolute chaos there. Both players were shredded, but Ignis managed to scrape through with the narrowest of margins. Catalyst is still firmly in control at 3-1. He looks incredibly comfortable as one of the top 3 on our ladder. Ignis is fighting back, narrowing the gap to 3-2. He's keeping his composure despite the gap in the rankings. The pace is picking up and Catalyst is starting to exert his will over the match. Ignis has really been struggling lately, coming into this series on a 7-game losing streak, and honestly, it's starting to show in his confidence. He's playing against a top-tier opponent who knows exactly how to put him under pressure. I wonder if he has the mental strength to pull himself out of this slump. Catalyst is just dominating here, leading a commanding 6-3. That top 4 ranking is starting to feel like a real wall. Catalyst is really picking up the pace now, taking total control of the tempo. He seems to have a real read on his opponent's movement. Unreal. He survives by a hair after that absolute war of attrition. That's a massive shift in pressure after such a tight exchange. Catalyst takes the lead 7-5 heading into the switch. Well, he is holding the advantage, but it is a closer battle than the rating difference suggested. Ignis is certainly fighting back to stay in the game. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst stretches his lead to 8-5 after that. The 3 seed is quickly regaining his footing. What a scrap. He manages to claw out the win and stays alive by a thread. Pure grit to keep the deficit at 2. Catalyst pulls ahead to 9-6 after that exchange. He's really making use of that upper half ranking tonight. He's really digging in now, taking a clean round to keep this battle alive. It's becoming a real battle of wills today. He's showing some serious heart, putting up another winner to narrow this gap. The lead is practically gone now. What a frantic sequence. He barely survives the carnage to even the series at 9-9. The pressure is mounting as things completely reset here. He quickly recovers his ground, reclaiming a slim lead. He's been putting up a lot of games today. Catalyst is really tightening the screws here, putting a lot of pressure on Ignis as we approach the end. He's showing incredible resilience, refusing to let the match slip away with that easy win. He just found the timing he needed to stay in this. Absolute grit from Ignis to pull this series all the way back to a dead heat. He's completely flipped the script on the field. He puts a stop to that momentum shift and is now just one step away from the victory. Game over. He shuts the door completely with a flawless final sequence to secure the victory. Ignis really threw everything he had at this one, nearly breaking that streak of losses we've been seeing. He pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off with the heavy favorite looking to dominate today. Phantom holds a staggering 87% win rate in their head-to-head history. That's a gap in quality that usually translates to a very quick series. I wonder if Ignis has any answer for the top seed today. Phantom is cruising, but Ignis keeps fighting back. He's already looking as sharp as the top seed should be. Both players are completely locked in, trading rounds back and forth as the tension builds. He's playing some surprisingly steady CS for a rank 23 seed. Unreal. He manages to clear the toolbox and barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health. Ignis had the vertical advantage there, but Phantom just couldn't find the shot from the box. A rare sight to see these two deadlock early on. Ignis just takes a narrow lead with a 4-free grip. Ignis looks far more confident than his recent form would suggest. Phantom looks very comfortable utilizing that ramp to get back into the driver's seat. Ignis just puts on a clinic, shaking Phantom right off that ramp to extend his lead. It's a huge swing from that 13-5 blowout we saw a few games back. A rare moment of symmetry here. Both players fighting for space on that ramp, but Phantom comes out on top. The rank 1 player is finally stabilizing things here. Ignis is really playing the aggressor, just erasing Phantom right off that ramp. A complete turnaround from that 13-5 thrashing on Dunes. They're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, the top seed is definitely feeling some pressure here. It's a huge shift from that 87% win rate he usually holds against his opponent. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom claws back a slender lead at 7-6. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that 46-16 record today. Phantom is really starting to build a wall here, punishing Ignis for playing the ramp. The top-rated player is finally asserting that dominance. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, putting the heat back on. That was a lightning-fast exchange to bring it back within 1. Phantom just shuts him down right on that ramp, keeping the pressure high. It's really tough to stay consistent when you're facing the best in the league. Phantom has really taken control of this series with a 46-16 run over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that massive wave of confidence into these final rounds. It will take a huge shift in momentum for Ignis to salvage this one. What a statement. He puts himself in a perfect spot on the ramp to bring this series to the edge. Strong response from Ignis to keep this fight alive. He's really trying to put up a fight now. Absolute perfection on that final shot. Phantom closes the door and secures the map. Ignis definitely played way better than the rankings suggest, but he just couldn't stop that momentum once things shifted. Welcome to the arena. We have a great match today featuring Catalyst and Phantom fighting for the win. Phantom holds a narrow edge in their head-to-head history, but that doesn't tell the whole story since Catalyst has been the one controlling their recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can keep that momentum rolling here. The momentum has shifted completely as he puts up a third straight victory to open a commanding lead. Coming into this as the top seed, he's certainly playing the part. He answers back immediately, showing some real grit to avoid falling further behind. He is proving that the pre-match predictions were a bit too narrow. Phantom is absolutely dominating with a huge 4-1 cushion. Phantom is simply cruising right now, leading 5-1. The world #1 is certainly making a statement early. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange to keep the streak alive. He is definitely making the most of his 47-16 run today. He is on an absolute tear, picking up another round to push his lead to 7-1. The league's current top seed is putting on a clinic. Another effortlessly clean finish for the man of the hour, extending his streak to 5. His current form is vastly different from the 80% win rate he's seen lately. What a fight! Catalyst barely survives that one, finally taking the duel after dragging Phantom off the ramp. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Catalyst is really making his 68% win rate on this map count. It's allowing him to challenge the top seed's authority even with a significant deficit. He's definitely fighting for a way back into this series. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the a priori favorites are looking completely lost. Catalyst needs a serious wake-up call to recover from this deficit. Wow, an absolute slugfest. He manages to clutch out the win while clinging to a sliver of health. He's certainly not intimidated by the #1 ranking. Phantom is just relentless, extending that lead to 10-4. The #1 seed is really showing his class tonight. Phantom's consistency is just scary. He's making the rounds look effortless right now. His overall record in this rivalry reflects that slight advantage. Phantom keeps the pressure on, landing a clean shot from the Tetris to move within 1 round of victory. He's just playing at a completely different level tonight. And that's it. Phantom closes out the match with a stunning display of skill to secure the win. He's completely shut the door on this one. Catalyst just couldn't keep up with that raw speed today. Welcome to the Redline map. We have Catalyst and Ignis facing off today, with the favorite looking to dominate here. Catalyst really owns this rivalry with a commanding 59-17 head-to-head lead. Well, it makes sense, given that the gap in their league ratings is quite substantial. We're seeing that historical experience translate into early control. Catalyst is really staying sharp today, picking Ignis right off the ramp to take the lead. The class difference between these two is definitely showing right now. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 3-1 lead. He is playing an incredibly tough set of matches today. Ignis really stepped up his game that round, pulling Catalyst right off those boxes to keep this close. The two of them were right on top of each other there, and Catalyst just happened to have the quicker reaction. That's a lot of confidence for a guy currently sitting third on the ladder. Emotion mid Ignis has really struggled lately, dropping 9 of his last 10 matches. It's becoming clear that he's lacking the momentum needed to close the distance here. We have to wonder if he has any answer left for this pace Emotion mid. Catalyst is just running away with a 6-3 lead. It's a familiar pattern for someone sitting so high in our rating. That was a complete shutdown, proving he refuses to go quietly in this set. The underdog is fighting back with a lot of grit here. Wow, what a scramble. Both players were nearly spent, but he manages to claw out a victory just before the break. Emotion mid, Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the result is exactly what we expected. Ignis is putting up a fight, but Catalyst's map history here is simply too strong to ignore Emotion mid. Time to see if Ignis adapts. He continues to push, taking the fight to the boxes to close the gap. He is showing a lot of resolve despite that ranking disadvantage. Unbelievable. They both hammered each other down to nothing, but he survives by a hair to even things up. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. Catalyst barely holds the edge, leading 8-7. It's just a brutal stretch of results for the underdog right now. Absolutely nails it! He barely escapes that chaotic exchange to push his lead back to 9. The top 3 spot on the ladder looks very secure right now. A swift response here, with Ignis striking from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. A much cleaner exchange this time around. Catalyst holds a 2-round cushion as we enter the 20th. His top tier status on the ladder is starting to really feel like a wall. He's staying aggressive, walking away completely unscathed from that engagement. He's really refusing to let this slide into a blowout. He just keeps pushing back. Ignis brings us all the way back to a dead heat. The gap in their skill levels is barely showing in this deadlock. Emotion mid, the tension is peaking here. Catalyst just barely clawed back the lead in a lightning fast exchange. Emotion mid. Absolute mayhem. He barely walks away from that slaughter to bring us perfectly level at 11-11. He's just relentlessly charging forward, dropping the favorite right off that ramp to put himself one step away from victory. Unbelievable. Ignis claws through the chaos to secure the final round and complete a stunning recovery. He really defied every single odd in his favor today to pull this off. What a result. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Ignis facing off on Italy, where the heavy favorite looks to dominate. Unbelievable. He was almost out of the fight, but manages to clutch out that opening round. Phantom is owning this rivalry with an 88% head-to-head win rate. It's clear that this specific matchup is a psychological nightmare for Ignis. He's got a massive mountain to climb here. What a nail biter. He manages to scrap through a brutal fight to keep this perfect run alive. Absolute control from the favorite, who looks completely untouchable right now. The current #1 seed is simply too sharp today. He is just outclassing everything Ignis throws at him right now. His current form is a nightmare, having dropped 9 of his last 10. He takes a lot of damage in this exchange, but manages to outlast his opponent to make it 7 straight. He's simply on another level, extending that lead to a staggering 8 zeros. He's simply refusing to let up, casually adding a 9th straight to the tally. Simply unbelievable. Double digits now for the frontrunner. He's definitely living up to that top spot on the ladder. A fierce trade that ultimately goes his way, extending the run to 11 before the break. Looking back at that 13-8 result on fast aim, the pattern is exactly the same. Phantom takes a commanding 11-1 lead into the break. He's making this look easy, exactly as the analysts predicted. It's just a different level of skill we're seeing on Italy today. Ignis needs a total reset here. Another quick encounter decided, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. The gap in their current skill levels is just too wide. Game over. A perfectly clean final shot closes the curtain on this series. Just total devastation from the top seed. He's really putting on a clinic across these matches today. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Dunes to see who can claim the victory today. Phantom holds a massive map advantage with a 65% win rate here. And he's currently riding a wave of confidence coming off several straight victories. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can shut down that momentum early. Phantom's just edging ahead as we enter round 3. Our number 1 seed is looking very sharp right now. It's a total deadlock right now with neither player able to pull away from the other. His ranking doesn't seem to matter when the pressure is this high. Phantom is just one step closer to the finish. He's definitely feeling the high of that 49-16 days so far. Phantom is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. The top-rated player is certainly making his mark here. Catalyst is fighting back, refusing to let Phantom walk away with a comfortable lead here. It's been a long road for the number 3 seed today. We're all square at 4 apiece now. He's looking to make up for that lopsided loss on Blame map. Unbelievable, Phantom barely survives that exchange to drag himself away from the box with a tiny sliver of health. And now we're tied up at 5-all. He's really fighting a steep uphill battle based on their head-to-head history. Absolute chaos there. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange and shuts him off the box. A tough stretch for the league's top-rated player right now. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would with the favorite keeping pace. Let's see if the side switch helps someone pull ahead. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom takes a slim 7-6 lead into this one. Coming off that tight 11-13 loss to Ignis, things are getting tougher. Catalyst claws his way back, making it a dead heat. This is a complete reset from their last meeting on Blame map. The pace is absolutely lightning fast. These rounds are essentially over the moment someone peaks. Pure madness as they hit a stalemate at 8. The head-to-head history is almost perfectly split across 1,000 games. Phantom manages to push a narrow lead with 9. That was a blindingly fast exchange. Phantom handles the height advantage easily, showing he's really in command right now. Phantom takes the lead by a single round now. The bracket favorite is keeping things incredibly tight here. What a miracle! He survives with just a single point of health to bring us back to a deadlock. He's completely shifted the tide now, taking a commanding 3-round surge to move ahead. Phantom answers back immediately to keep things perfectly level. The number 1 rated player is really showing his teeth here. A lightning fast reaction puts him on the verge of victory. Unreal, he claws back from the edge of death to secure the final kill and a massive series win. He really proved why he's sitting at the top of the rankings right now. That was a battle, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have a great matchup today as the favorite Catalyst takes on Ignis. Catalyst looks sharp early, quickly shutting down Ignis while he was playing the ramp. He's looking to get some revenge after that last 11-13 loss. Catalyst has won an incredible 77% of their historical matches together. It's a staggering gap in their head-to-head record. I wonder if that psychological edge is fading since Ignis is currently holding his own. Catalyst is just outclassing him right now, easily claiming another victory from the ramp. He's completely taken over the map, moving his lead to 4 rounds. He's really asserting his rank here. Another rapid fire kill, and he's now on a 4-round tear. The top 3 seed is showing exactly why he belongs at the peak. Ignis manages to knock him off the wine box to get his first win of the set. A strong effort from the lower rated side here. He's showing great resolve here, securing another round to keep the pressure mounting. The favorite is starting to look vulnerable right now. Catalyst is definitely feeling the heat after his 23-34 run over the last day. You know, he's coming off a rough string of losses today, and this current match is his first real chance to flip that momentum around. Ignis keeps this momentum going, quickly catching Catalyst while he was perched on that box. The 23 ranked player is definitely fighting for his life here. Catalyst leads 8-4 heading into the break. Everything is playing out as we predicted. Despite his shaky start to the day, the top seed is simply too strong for Ignis right now. Fresh start for both players now. Catalyst extends his grip with a dominant 9-4 lead. He's really putting his superior rating on display now. Unbelievable, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to shut that down from the wine box. Talk about an insane scramble for that final blow. He picks his opponent clean off the ramp, moving the lead to 11-4. Just a brutal stretch for the number 23 seed. That's just total control now, putting him on the verge of a complete sweep. The gap in their overall rankings is really showing itself today. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange to claw one back, dragging himself away from the brink with almost nothing left. Ignis takes total control from the toolbox to pull another one back. He's finally found a way to push back, slowing things down just enough to stay in the fight. What a finish! Catalyst shuts the door on the match by dropping the last shot on his opponent. A complete statement from the top seed to bounce back after that rough start to his day. Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom taking on Ignis in today's match. And Phantom enters as the heavy favorite. Phantom owns this rivalry with a massive 88% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. It's clear that mental edge is carrying over into this series after that rough opening round for Ignis. He'll need to find a way to break that cycle quickly. Phantom's now holding a slim 2-1 lead over Ignis. He's absolutely tearing through the field. Ignis is playing these early rounds perfectly, really shutting down Phantom's attempts to get comfortable. It's a huge shift from that blowout we saw on Aim Italy P. Ignis keeps the pressure on, cleaning up from the ramp to take control of the set. Quite a different look compared to that total rout on Italy. And now we've got a deadlock at 3-all. That first seed skill is starting to peek through. Phantom finally pulls ahead by a single round. Looking a lot more like that top-seeded player we expected. The pace is absolutely flying right now. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get things back to a tie. Phantom just edged ahead again to take a 5-4 lead. The top seed is starting to flex his power here. Ignis claws back to tie things up at 5 apiece, shattering the image of that blowout we saw on Italy. Phantom is really making Ignis work for every single point in this series. The number 1 seed is just starting to find his range. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Honestly, it's a surprising result given how hard the top seed has been crushing everyone today. Ignis is fighting back a lot harder than we anticipated. Let's see who pulls away now. Phantom manages to reclaim the lead 7-6. He's putting up an incredible 50-16 record today. Ignis has struggled in his recent outings with just a 10% win rate over his last 10 games. The contrast is stark when you look at how dominant Phantom has been across the league today. It will be a mountain to climb if Ignis can't find an answer for this momentum. He secures the kill from the ramp, extending his streak to 4 straight. Looking completely unbothered against the 23rd best player on the ladder. A solid response from Ignis to halt that momentum. He's clearly fighting for a better result than that last encounter. That was an absurdly fast kill, basically a blur on the screen. Phantom is really separating himself here. Ignis proves that holding the ramp is a great way to neutralize the high ground. He's really refusing to be pushed around today. Totally clean exchange for the underdog, keeping the pressure high in this rally. The gap between them on the ladder is narrowing fast. Phantom is just a single round away from victory after that rapid shot. What a closing sequence. Phantom shuts the door on this series and secures the win. Ignis put up a way better fight here than in their last encounter, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have a great duel today featuring Catalyst taking on the top-seeded Phantom. Phantom has a massive 70% win rate on this specific map. It is the biggest advantage we see in the stats, and it looks like he's putting that confidence into practice immediately. The pressure is now on Catalyst to adapt his game. A total shutout. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now. The #1 seed is looking completely locked in. He just can't get a hold on the match, and that's a perfect start to a 4-round surge. The #1 seed is proving too strong today. He finally answers back, grabbing a clean round to get on the board. A nice look back at that close victory he had over Ignis earlier. Unbelievable survival. He hangs on by a thread with just 9 health to keep this momentum shifting. The underdog is refusing to go quietly today. Phantom really punished him for holding that ramp, effectively shutting down any hope of a comeback here. He's certainly playing like the top seed in the league right now. Phantom is really starting to pull away with a solid 51-16 record over the last day. It is an impressive run of form that is clearly translating into a high level of confidence in this series. We just have to see if Catalyst can find a way to disrupt that flow. Absolutely crushing. He's now taken 4 straight to put a firm grip on this game. It's a very similar result to their last encounter on Dunes. The momentum has completely flipped. That's 5 in a row for the favorite. He's showing why he sits at the top of the ladder right now. It's 9-3 for Phantom heading into the switch. Honestly, the expected underdog is completely taking over here. Catalyst needs a huge shift in strategy if he wants to avoid a quick defeat. Time for a clean slate. And Phantom is absolutely dominating, leading 10-3. The gap in their head-to-head history is starting to show. Phantom is just too fast for him right now, making this look like a total blowout. The number 1 spot on the ladder is certainly feeling secure. He simply out-aims him off the ramp, moving within striking distance of the finish line. He's completely dismantling any resistance right now. Sudden stop for the front runner as he gets shot down completely. A quick snap back to keep the game alive. He's putting up a fight, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. 2 quick ones back to back for the underdog. Huge surge of momentum as the underdog extends his run to 3 straight. The favorite is starting to feel some real pressure now. He's completely unstoppable right now, picking up another victory to keep this run alive. The favorite is suddenly looking very shaky. Absolutely incredible. He's now marched through 5 straight rounds to put the pressure back on the favorite. What a scrap! He barely manages to scrape by with just 15 health, keeping this miracle run alive. Hard to believe how far the momentum has shifted. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door and secures the victory. He had to dig deep there to put an end to that wild comeback attempt. Catalyst really pushed him to the limit. What a fight. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Catalyst and Ignis facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Unreal, Ignis barely survives a frantic exchange from the ramp to take the opening round. Catalyst isn't letting that lead slip, pulling off a fast read to take the fight to Ignis on those boxes. His overall head-to-head dominance really shows in this series. What a fight. Ignis barely escapes with his life after that absolute slugfest from the ramp. Catalyst just puts an end to that ramp hold with a lightning fast reaction. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on now, refusing to let Ignis get any ground on that ramp. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece as they reset. He is really fighting the uphill battle today. Catalyst grabs a narrow lead, putting Ignis on the back foot. He really does hold a massive advantage in their lifetime history. Wow, a brutal back and forth battle that leaves Ignis just barely standing to even the score. He's fighting hard to close the gap between them on the ladder. Catalyst edges ahead, barely clinging to a 1-round lead. His superior rank is starting to show as this match develops. He digs deep to scrap out a victory from the ramp, surviving by a thread to tie this up. He's really defying the odds right now. Catalyst takes a narrow 6-5 lead. Looking at that last 24 hours block, he is really struggling to find a win. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the favorite is controlling the pace, just like we thought he would. Ignis is hanging on by a thread, but the skill gap is still visible. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst keeps his nose ahead with a 7-6 lead. Ignis is really putting up a fight despite that lower seed. Catalyst is just too sharp today, using that Tetris height to shut things down. The depth of experience is showing for the number 3 seed. Catalyst is really putting on a show, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp. He is really making his class felt today. Ignis just shut that down from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this contest alive. He's showing some real poise to get back in this. A fierce duel from the ramp, but he secures the win and keeps this run going. He's completely flipped the script in the last 2 rounds. Catalyst enters this match with a 76% win rate on this map. That deep understanding of the layout is exactly why he's managing to pull away from the pack. He's just 1 more win away from putting this to bed. What a scrap. Ignis survives a total war of attrition to keep this series alive. He is really showing an incredible amount of resilience in these fights. He just completely shut that down from the Tetris, putting himself 1 round away from victory. The higher seed is finally finding his footing again. Boom, he closes it out right here and secures the victory. Ignis fought like a warrior and managed to scrape by a few times, but he just couldn't match that sheer speed from the top seed. Welcome to Dunes. We have Phantom taking on Ignis today, though the top seed definitely enters this one as the favorite. Phantom enters this server with an incredible 88% win rate in their head-to-head history. You can really feel that mental edge as they move into the second round. It will be tough for Ignis to find a foothold when he's struggling this badly against the top seed. Absolute perfection from the favorite, keeping the pressure high with that third straight win. A huge response from Ignis, who proves he can keep pace with the leader. He managed to clean that up quickly. Phantom is just dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. The world #1 is simply too sharp right now. Phantom is just cruising now, holding a commanding 5-1 lead. The momentum is firmly with the favorite, who's now put up a 6-round total. The skill gap is really showing for the top seed. He's simply in a different league right now, taking that 4th one in a row without breaking a sweat. The surge continues as he earns his 5th straight round to pull even further ahead. He's certainly putting that rating gap on full display. That's a 6-round surge for the leader, who's practically untouchable right now. Unreal. He barely clings to life with a tiny shred of health to push his streak to 7. The #1 seed is just playing a different game today. Phantom holds a huge 11-1 advantage heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what the analysts predicted. He's just outclassing his opponent in every single exchange right now. Ignis needs an immediate spark here. He quickly puts the pressure back on, putting the match on the line. Exactly the kind of performance expected from the higher seed today. And that's it. Phantom closes the series with a final strike from the box. He just looks way too comfortable on this map, making a tough day for Ignis even worse. Welcome to the league. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this series as the top-rated player in the league. And that individual class is usually reflected in his overall win rate. Now we have to see if he can actually apply that pressure after a slow start. Catalyst is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The early momentum has shifted and we've got a dead heat on our hands. He's definitely leaning into that high win rate lately. Phantom claws back to a 3-2 lead. He's looking sharp after putting up 53 wins today. The momentum has completely flipped and he's now sitting on 3 straight. He's continuing the dominance we saw in their last meeting. He's just untouchable right now, putting together a 4-round tier to seize control. It is the top seed showing his class right now. He's simply in another gear now, putting up a 5th straight win. He's looking just as dominant as he did in their previous matchup. Absolutely crushing it now. He's 6 in a row for the top seed. He's really putting those skills on display today. Finally an answer from Catalyst, snapping that long sequence of losses. What a frantic trade. He barely walks away from that chaos, securing a huge advantage before the break. Tough break for him to let that one slip away. We're heading into the break with Phantom holding an 8-4 lead. I mean, the supposed underdog is simply playing better here. He's making this look easy while the heavy favorite struggles to keep up. Time to see if Catalyst recovers. Goodness, what a scrap! Both of them were nearly empty, but he barely managed to emerge on top. Really leaning into that top seed status today. Phantom has had an incredible run over the last day, posting a 53-16 record. But Catalyst is refusing to go quietly after that last exchange. He really needs to capitalize on the shift in energy if he wants to close the distance. He's really digging in now, securing his 3rd straight round with a perfect shot. The gap is shrinking rapidly as the pressure builds. Phantom answers back immediately with a tidy finish to stop that run. He's showing why he's the #1 rated player right now. Phantom is just relentlessly efficient right now, leaving Catalyst to have almost no room to breathe. He's definitely managing a huge lead in their head-to-head counter. The momentum has swung back, putting him just a single round away from the finish. He's really making a statement as the top-rated seed tonight. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but he claws through to secure the map victory. It's just an incredible day for the top seed, who looks absolutely untouchable across every single map today. Welcome to the show. We have Catalyst and Ignis facing off on Fast Aim for a great match. Catalyst has a massive advantage here, winning 77% of their all-time encounters. And honestly, the skill gap is showing. Ignis is coming off a very rough string of games today, so he really needs a quick adjustment to keep this competitive. He just completely outplayed his opponent from the wine box to make it 3 straight. This is looking like a repeat of their last meet on red line. He simply refuses to let up, securing another win from the toolbox to move to 4-0. Things aren't going any better than they did on red line. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that fight from the ramp, clutching the round with just 11 health. The rating difference is stark, but he's finally holding his own. Catalyst is just too fast for him, quickly shutting Ignis down while he was on the ramp. Catalyst is just too sharp today, consistently shutting down anyone trying to hold that ramp. Ignis manages to pull one back, catching Catalyst right as he peeked through the window. It's a tough mountain to climb for the number 23 seed. Ignis is actually putting up a fight here, taking control of the ramp to bring the score closer. He's not letting up, securing his 3rd straight victory to narrow the gap. The underdog is completely shifting the energy of this series. He shuts things down from the ramp to hold that momentum. That 3rd seed is making a point of it now. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Things are playing out pretty much how we wanted, with the higher seed maintaining a steady edge despite a strong push from Ignis late in the half. Let's see if the momentum holds. Catalyst is struggling today with a 25-36 record over the last 24 hours. It's really surprising to see him this shaky given his historical dominance over this particular opponent. He needs to tighten up if he wants to avoid a total collapse. Catalyst is widening the gap, now leading 9-6. That's a decent rebound for the 3rd seed. Ignis strikes from the ramp to bring this game closer, showing some real grit in this comeback. He's definitely found a way to stay in this. What a save. He almost fell, but barely survives that chaotic trade to clear the ramp. He just completely erased Catalyst from that ramp, keeping his head high in this comeback. He's fighting through the nerves now, ignoring that early deficit. Catalyst reads the map well, shutting him down on the ramp and putting some breathing room back into the lead. Just a grim reminder that Ignis has had a brutal run of games today. A complete shutdown here, and he's now just 1 point away from victory. Ignis keeps the dream alive, dropping the favorite right off that ramp. The underdog is refusing to just roll over. He's showing immense heart, shutting down the favorite from the ramp to bring this back to 10-12. Total role reversal from how this started. And there it is. Catalyst closes the door from the ramp to take the series. Ignis really pushed the pace late, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Phantom and Ignis stepping up for this match to see who takes the win. Phantom takes an early lead by playing the highs, using that vertical advantage to secure the first round. Phantom holds a massive advantage in their history, winning over 80% of their encounters. It's a staggering gap that makes this narrow start even more surprising. I wonder if Ignis is finally finding a way to close that distance. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Who blinks first? He's certainly living up to that #1 rating today. Phantom is really starting to put some pressure on extending that lead to a 2-round gap. That's a rough stretch for Ignis, who has struggled all day. Another clean one, and he's now completely taken control of the pace. He's looked practically unstoppable today with that 54-16 run. The lower rated player is showing some real grit right now. Phantom is just too fast, dragging Ignis right off that perch to widen the gap. It's just a repetition of what we saw on Dunes. Ignis looks great from the advantage point, keeping this set extremely tight. The underdog is putting up a serious fight right now. Phantom simply refused to let Ignis hold that high ground for long. Tough day for the #23 ranked player. Ignis is currently in a deep slump with only a 10% win rate over his last 10 matches. That lack of confidence is showing as he struggles to keep up with the pace of this one. It will be hard to turn things around against a player who's this focused. Phantom goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. The top seed is comfortably in charge here, mirroring the gap in their overall skill levels. It looks like he's simply too strong for Ignis to handle today. Phantom pushes the lead to 8-5 after that round. He's certainly fighting to avoid another lopsided result like their Dunes clash. Phantom wasn't letting that high ground go unused, quickly picking Ignis right off the box. He just looks too experienced for this specific matchup. Phantom edges further ahead, now sitting at 9-6. Ignis is fighting hard to avoid another one-sided blowout. Phantom was far too sharp there, catching Ignis right as he tried to set up on that box. He just seems to have all the answers for this opponent. The momentum has completely shifted toward Phantom, and these rounds are ending faster than ever. A total shutdown. He has completely regained control of the server, and now he's just one step away from absolutely effortless. That closes it out, and Phantom secures the victory with a perfect final sequence. He's been in such a dominant stretch lately, and this just looks like another brick in the wall for him. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Catalyst taking on Phantom in this matchup to see who comes out on top. Catalyst enters this server with a very strong 76% win rate on this map. It's a nice contrast to how Phantom has been performing lately, given his massive winning streak. We will see if that map specialty can offset the raw skill gap between them. Phantom's just staring down a commanding 2-1 lead here. A high-tier duel that really lives up to the billing. Phantom just shrugs off the high ground and wipes Catalyst off that ramp to extend his lead. He's looking completely untouchable right now. Another clean win for Phantom, and he's just completely taken control of the pace here. The top seat is really putting on a display here. Catalyst shows some real grit here, answering back to keep things interesting. Phantom is really leaning into his top tier rank. It's an impressive display of strength given that Catalyst has held his own against him in their most recent encounters. The big question now is if that early lead is enough to shut the door. That was a tight exchange, but he manages to claw back around here. He's certainly proving why he's considered the top competitor in this pairing. He's refusing to back down, making it 2 straight as he closes the gap. It's becoming a very tight contest for the favorite to manage. Absolute madness, he's surged back to level the score at 5-5. A complete reversal of expectations for the favorite. He just completely dismantles his opponent from the ramp to take the lead. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. And honestly, this is pretty much what I expected to see. Both players have looked incredibly sharp, and this deadlock just shows how well their styles clash. Fresh sides, fresh. Phantom edges ahead by a single round now. He's really looking a cut above with that rating lead. He's completely equalized the score, refusing to let the deficit break his resolve. Everything is back on the line as they head toward the final stretch. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a sliver of health to take another round and stay on top. Talk about a heart-stopping finish to that exchange. Pure deadlock now as they sit tied at 8-all. Both of these players have been incredibly active throughout the day. Phantom manages to break the stalemate to go up 9-8. The world number 1 is starting to flex that rating gap. The turnaround is complete and he's firmly back in the driver's seat with 3 straight. He's really proving the difference in the rankings today. What a sequence! He tracks the target down off the ramp to secure his 4th straight. The number 1 seed is purely outclassing the field today. Another huge blow as he deletes Catalyst from that ramp to reach match point. It's just getting harder and harder for Catalyst to find an opening. He just needed 1 opening, and Catalyst delivers a perfect shot to stop that run. A huge sigh of relief for the underdog right now. What a finish. Phantom shuts the door and secures the victory right here. He really took over when it mattered most, shaking off those earlier challenges to prove why he's sitting at the top of the standings. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Catalyst and Ignis facing off, with the favorite looking to secure another victory. What a fight, he barely edges it out, hanging on by a thread to take the opening frame. Catalyst currently dominates the head-to-head history with 62 wins over Ignis. It's clear that the historical psychological edge is playing a role here. We'll have to see if Ignis can shake that mental burden early on. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece after that nail-biter. Ignis is really playing a high-tempo game right now, reacting faster than Catalyst can settle into his spot. A total standstill as Catalyst and Ignis stay tight. Ignis has really been struggling to find any wins in his last few matches. Ignis is really putting on the pressure now, just cleaning out Catalyst from the wine. Nobody's backing down with a 4-all deadlock. The rating gap is evident when things move this quickly. Ignis finally pulls ahead, taking a slim 5-4 lead. He's fighting through a really rough stretch of matches today. The pace has picked up significantly, with these last few exchanges ending almost instantly. Catalyst regains control and edges back into a 6-5 lead. He's certainly not making things easy for the number 23 seed. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the switch. Well, this is a lot tighter than the rank difference suggests. Ignis is showing a ton of grit right now to keep this set level. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis takes the lead, now guiding things 7-6. He's really fighting back after a rough 1-16 run today. And we're back to a stalemate, 7-all. The higher rated player usually finds a way to reset like this. Ignis is starting to build some real momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on the higher seeded player. Catalyst manages to hold that high ground by the wine to bring us right back to a tie. The higher ranked player seems to have things figured out. Ignis is now staring down a narrow 9-8 advantage. Quick reaction there to reclaim the advantage. Catalyst answers back to bring us to a 9-9 tie. He's certainly proving to be a tough wall for the 20th seed. Catalyst is really starting to tighten the noose here as he pulls away from the tie. He's looking every bit like the top 4 seed right now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and somehow he manages to come out on top with just a sliver of health. His luck with these low health survivals is just wild. That was a lightning fast sequence. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on this series. Another effortless shot from the top seed, putting him just 1 away from victory. Ignis manages to shut him down from the wine to keep this set alive. Massive play there to force a deeper game. Unbelievable. He ends this right now with a lightning fast shot to secure the series. Ignis really pushed him to the limit this time, but the consistency of the higher seed finally paid off. He had to sweat that one. What a battle.